Go here. Hello? Hello?
Wow,
Good morning, everybody. Hello.
Zed is throwing pillows at you guys.
You can't throw pillows on me when I'm not there.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
not there. I got
Jokes
no
on
proof.
jokes on you. I'm not on your stream, so who knows I'm not
Yeah.
there.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Nah,
Your
nah, nah,
existence
nah,
I'm not
is
there. I'm not there.
implemented
No.
into the
Nah,
boogie tech.
can't you? Oh, you
Nope,
really?
nope,
Okay,
bro.
hold on. I got it. Give me a minute.
Oh my god. He's changing his existence, guys. He's gonna change. See what
I'm
you
gonna
guys.
change it. I'm gonna change it to something else. Okay.
Made
Astro. Yeah, I am made. Hold on. Did I turn on my? I did. Okay, I did. I pit already. Okay, damn. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so we're playing a demo game called The Omen of Cthulhu.
Hi, Sylvia.
Hello, Sylvia.
Hi, Sylvia. How are you doing? Spice is here, but he's also not here because he gotta go for dinner. So,
You're welcome, Jay.
you know, I'm just saying, you know, if anybody's questioned my title, why there's spicy Nora chicken in my title, he's right there. He's just there.
There, guys.
He's always there.
So it's not
That's why
clickbait. It's
you
not
can't
clickbait.
tell him.
It's not clickbait. Okay.
It's clickbait, guys. It's clickbait.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait.
Who's hosting? Hi, Bubble. Hi. Welcome in. Ace, you're hosting.
All right. I'll
That
host.
I have ads. I'm sorry.
Before we continue, there is in-game VC.
Yeah, we are using that
we're
one.
using that. We're gonna use that. We're gonna use that.
Okay. I'm gonna deafen immediately, but you'll still hear me. I'll let you know if it's
I'm waiting for you to
available.
open the lobby first before you deafen, okay?
Yeah. Oh, but you guys will still hear me because I'm not muting my mic.
We don't care. Whatever.
We don't care. Just give us the lobby code. I'll beat the shit out of this guy if he doesn't give us his lobby.
All right, everyone in Ace's chat, bonk the shit out
All
of him.
right, if he doesn't give us the lobby code in 5 seconds, kid, the first thing we're gonna do is kill him.
I need to fucking pick my character. Calm your tits. What the fuck?
I think he deafened.
Why is he still listening, man? What the fuck?
Yeah, he lied to us. He's lying to us now. He's lying to us. Man, this guy he lied to us and he deafened. He didn't deafen.
I invited you guys, but I think Spice needs to come online for me.
No, that's Spice is not playing. That's not playing.
He's not actually.
Okay.
It's Father Day. He's doing his Father Day thing.
No, that's sweet.
I'm loading in. My game. My ping went down to 80. Okay, there we go. Holy shit. My ping went.
I'm changing my output.
Hold on. I'm gonna load the thing.
Hear me?
Where's my Discord?
Where the hell are you?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me?
It's Father's Day. It is Father's Day.
Oh
hey, who? Hold on, I need to increase your volume. Can I increase your volume? Is it like a setting where I can increase your volume?
Oh, we're on a boat? Yeah, you should be able to increase the volume.
We are.
Yeah, it's right next to your name. Increase volume.
Increase volume?
Yeah. Hello, Sylvia.
I can't really increase your volume. It's not letting me increase it.
Did you select your character?
Not yet.
Select your character and then you can increase it.
I don't want to be the no. I'm gonna be the priest. I'm gonna pray for us. I'm gonna be Baldman McGee.
Oh, look at this. Look at you.
Why are you looking at the Luke player? What's wrong with you?
Give me a minute. I need to lower. I'm gonna lower the setting. Also, I don't think I can do a high.
You're slouching back.
You're slouching.
You look like a gremlin.
You're slouching.
No, you're slouching.
You're slouching.
I'm taller than you.
No, you aren't. No, you aren't.
Look, if I look straight, you're on my. You're barely on my shoulder.
Happy Father's Day to my favorite person. You're an amazing person. Thank you for talking to me that. No, thank you for joining my life.
I'm not lying. Thank you for the
This game feels weird. There's more settings I need to change.
Dude, is there any setting where I can like not get shaky screen?
Oh yeah, there is. On the settings, it should be on
motion blur. Turn motion blur off.
Controls. Oh no, not controls. Option and.
Oh yeah, I see motion blur.
Turn it all off. Turn camera motion effect, shake, smoothing off, camera roll intensity off.
There you go.
And it should work as normal.
Okay.
That's crazy though, because I got like Uno reverse. Oh my god. Ooh, breakfast. Yeah, what you getting for breakfast?
Yeah, what is for breakfast? Is Axel gonna share for once?
Okay, that's better. Oh my god.
Oh
hey, where you guys at?
I don't know. Where are you at?
We're in the top deck.
I'm downstairs.
Damn, you are a bottom.
Bitch, where you at? Huh? You a woman?
Oh my God,
I may,
so-
I may be a father. Who the fuck is this homeless guy?
Homeless? How
Where am
dare
I?
you.
Homeless
Hold
dude.
on. Let
Pretty
me,
homeless,
hold on, God. Dear son, let me pray for your sins away. You may be struggling today financially and physically. You may be having some kind of disease with you, son. The Lord knows forgiveness. I will forgive you. You don't show your ass in front of me.
Oh, that hurts you, bald fuck. Come here. Come here, you fucker.
Oh,
Dodge.
funny.
Oh, shit.
Control.
Yeah,
here, you
this is
fuck.
the fist of God. This is the fist of God. The fist of God.
There's one person missing. There's one person
Wow,
missing.
you kind of crazy.
Let's go. Let's go with the other person. Come here.
The fist of God says everything. This God fist.
Fuck you and your ball.
You fuck me in my ball. I gave my hair away to give to God. I
wanna
gave
be
my hair to
infected.
God.
Stay away from me. You're...
Oh my god, look at dude, there's so many injuries on you. Ow, the rage is crazy. What the fuck?
What makes you... And you're the one still hitting me. You're a fool. You bastard.
The power of God is with me. The power of God is with me.
Alright,
You're like the wrong
hold on. Did you guys sign?
No, no.
You guys need to sign.
Oh.
We are not sending you empty-handed.
Oh wait, what are we doing? Only you can. Only you can pick. Only you can pick.
Oh, the map? Oh shit, what the hell? This is different. I never seen this. What the hell?
Oh my god, my stomach hurts. This Paul Priest, something wrong with him. Oh shit.
The fist of God.
Savages have no need of these treasures.
Oh god.
We do.
Make sure
Yeah.
to grab your items here, just in case.
Where?
Are we
What are we
items?
grabbing? A helmet? Ammonia, salt, food ration.
Who has good aim? I'm willing to
That's you, isn't it?
give one person the arrow.
I'll take a
then
knife.
I'll drop the sword. I'll drop the sword.
Do you want the sword, kid? You can take the sword. I'll take the knife.
Also to let you know, C is to drop weapons or items.
I put
on the
mine
board.
G. I put mine G. Because I do not like C. I don't know why I want C.
Good morning, cat.
Hi, cat. Good morning.
Those
How are you,
ammonia
cat?
salts. That's new. Hello, cat.
Does anybody want Moo, I think you should take the knife
Back up.
as like a
Yeah.
precaution weapon.
I think. Okay.
Yeah, there's another knife here. Does anybody want a double knife? Or should we just put a knife back there?
I
Oh,
have
there's another
toothpick,
bowl.
guys.
There's another bowl here.
Oh, grab it. I'll share some of the ammo.
Oh, here's where you can buy stuff.
Oh, you can hold it.
There we-
Wait. Somebody grab the bow and arrow. Oh, I dropped.
okay,
Alright,
I'll
Axel,
take
it's your
that.
time. Remember, you're the father with the bow. Oh my god, you look so ridiculous, dude.
Over here. Yeah.
There we go.
You can't really hold it too long because like you start your hand and get wobbly.
No.
Yeah.
So you have to like aim
Let's
and then
go.
like you shoot. Oh, there's an inventory
we're
thing.
waiting.
Wait, there's a wagon inventory here.
It's stuff in it?
Oh yeah, we
okay.
can put our stuff inside.
Oh.
Like if you don't want to carry everything, we can put it inside there. I recommend putting the food and the bandage inside here first.
Like, I can't open it if you're in it.
Yeah, I close it.
Interesting.
So you want me to put the food, the bandage, and then the ammonia salt as well?
Wow, dude, how dare you do that?
Hold on, how do I start my event?
Don't stab me!
You
You bitch!
Hey, that's what happened.
Damn, calm
You
down!
stabbed me with a weapon!
Jesus fucking Christ, calm down!
I stabbed him because he's punched me.
Jesus Christ, guys, like, we
Punching me out
haven't
of
done
nowhere.
anything. We haven't done shit yet.
Alright. There might be actual friendly fire damage, so let's
Yeah,
not kill
careful,
each other.
careful.
It's you who punched me.
Yeah,
Says
but this
you.
is safe.
Listen, God hand was making
You
the.
fuck.
Are these games I wanted to play? Are you liking it? Wait, we just started it. Hold on. The map is loading, so the game will lag a lot on stream.
Yeah.
Okay, we got 4 health bar. So I'm looking at. Even on medium, it's kind of taking a while to load.
That's why.
No, I'm turning
Yeah.
everything down to medium now.
Yeah, mine's
This
on
one's
medium.
pretty
Oh,
good
much
for
better.
medium.
Oh, okay. It's taking a while to load the mapping for me.
Yeah. Be careful where you step though. I'm assuming this is your first time.
Yeah.
Yep.
We went in blind.
Yeah,
Let's
we like to
go!
go in blind, you know?
Be careful where you
Oh, follow
step.
me,
That's the most
father.
important part.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, we're just gonna step everywhere.
I'm gonna stab something. I'm gonna shank someone. You have a map?
Go swimming over there. Hey, you should go clean your bald head in that river.
6 hours left.
You're
The
gonna make
forest
it
is dormant.
shine.
Oh, it's a deer.
Oh my
Come here, you
god, a
bastard.
sparrow.
Remember,
Oh,
you,
you
guys can
scared
open
him.
chests too. If you guys see a chest, you can open it.
Alright, I'm gonna
I
shoot a
think
deer.
we're like the 2 worst people to be telling that.
Yeah, I'm gonna find a deer. I'm gonna shoot it when I find it.
Yes,
Yeah. Oh, who the fuck scream? Can you shut the fuck up? Fucking
What the
bitches
heck?
screaming in my
Actually,
ear.
You're trying to get the...
Oh wow, the physic is really cool. Look at that.
Oh,
Look at this physic. They can walk on the tree and then
Oh.
like, hey, I hear voices in my. I hear something whispering in my ear.
yeah. There's something up ahead, Astral. A deer? It's a deer.
What up, God?
Astral! Astral! To your right and up. Look up. Look up. Look up.
Look
Oh,
up.
right there, Astro. Right,
What?
look up. Look up.
Oh god! Oh fuck!
Oh. Oh.
What the? Are we seeing?
Oh, not me!
Get stabbed! Get stabbed, bitch! Get stabbed!
Why are
Teabag, 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 teabag. Hey guys, I can't hear you properly, by the way.
me neither?
Yeah, it's the effect.
Oh my god, it's like we're drugged out, guys. Are we on drugs?
Oh, oh shit, oh shit.
Behind! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Get
guys.
stabbed! Yo, this is finishing move. This finishing move, guys.
Guys, I'm 1 HP in a dream now.
I think you can. Who are you?
It was a sound,
Hey, wait, hold on. Is this Ace?
isn't it?
Who's that behind there?
No it.
Oh, that's
No,
our
wait.
assistant. That's not an assistant. He's infected.
Well,
Yeah.
kid died.
Rest in peace.
I can kill your body. Can I put a body here?
Yeah,
There are some salts that may help.
Cover me for a while. I'm taking a bandage.
fuck. Astral, I need your help.
Oh, I'm back.
Astral, I need your help.
I'm helping. I'm trying to do something. I can't do anything. Oh, I'm gonna die.
There we go.
Oh, it took
Oh,
my
there
bow
we
and
go.
arrow away.
Isn't there one on the ground?
Alright, we gotta do.
I took one bandage already. I'm putting it back.
Okay.
We should probably keep moving. Kid, stay with me, kid. Yeah, just stay
How
with
do I
me.
use this? Left click?
Left click. Alright, just stay with me.
I'm right behind you.
I'm watching behind you just in case. Alright, this
Fair,
Ace.
fair.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
bleeding.
turn around. Oh, it's okay, Ace. You can keep bleeding, man.
Ace, if that's you,
I'll
I'm
make
gonna
you
shoot.
stronger.
If that's not you,
It's gonna make
what's
you
that? What's the sound?
stronger.
I hear footsteps.
Just
Very heavy ones.
Big, yeah. Is it a goblin? Is it a troll?
Oh shit, it's down there.
What is it? Shoot it, guys, shoot it. Oh, it's that thing that hit me earlier. Dude, that made me 1 HP. Fuck you! You
I hear
got
something
my health
above me.
low. Fuck you! Oh my god, this
I lost
bitch.
I lost some arrow.
Oh, we have to find you more arrows then, huh? What's, oh, pick up
Do
the
you
arrows.
guys have a bandage?
No.
I don't have, no.
What is that?
Bird. It's a birdie.
I should just stab it.
Cat, it was so rough. Honestly, it's okay. I'm typically first one down, either by my own fall damage, or I just like to go bravely in front of things. I could be standing next to a monster and be like nonchalant get killed.
Here's something.
Behind you.
We need to start killing these livestock.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, we have to. We have to.
Kill it. Astro, kill it. How do we know if we're hungry? Because we have food, right?
Oh, it's not. We don't have hunger. The food ration
Oh,
is
is it just-
health bars.
Oh.
Oh, flour.
Flower. Flower.
Here's something. Bird.
So, Kat, we worked out this better detail. Everyone gives Astro 1 sub. He has no choice but to keep playing FF14, you know?
Hey, up here.
Oh. What's it glowing? Hey,
I got-
let's just say,
I got an idol.
and there's metal tokens?
I take the token of like the currency.
Money?
Where's Ace?
Behind us.
I hear him say, "Oh fuck."
No. Yeah. Ace, where are you?
Above.
We're coming.
Above? What do you mean above?
The fucking dumbass got infected like a dumbass.
I hear something fighting.
Come back
Kill him.
here! Don't run away!
Kill that bastard.
Yeah, yeah, fall down, you weird infected.
There's another one. There's another one.
Oh, I see.
Stab him! Stab him!
Stab him, please.
Stabbing him! Stabbing him! Oh! Oh!
Oh, some arrow there. Is that your arrow?
Pick up the arrows! Pick up arrows!
Yeah, the
Just take
This
it.
is most arrows, right?
yeah.
Take arrows.
We're having them. Yeah, take your arrows back.
Sorry, I needed to
Whoa,
put away some more stuff.
Hey, right there in front of us.
Everything fixed and what the fuck? What up, Key Whipper?
I'm sorry to hear the game, but
Nice job,
if I
P.
can swing, I will.
I'm out in front. If I step on a trap, guys, it's called karma.
Damn, kid
There's
just.
an arrow on that guy.
I think it broke.
Dang it.
I think.
Wait,
Oh, by
there's
the
a
way,
chest here.
I think these rooms you can heal yourself.
4 hours.
4
left
hours.
before this is re- Oh, we're supposed to be
Get
getting
going.
finding stuff, right? We gotta find
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe the start of the forest, they're already trying to kill us at the start. Are you shitting me?
What's this? Yeah.
He lost Ace, by the way.
Huh? Hey, something. I hear something.
Oh, behind us!
I got this.
I shot an arrow at your back.
Is that what hit me? Damn.
I think so. I think I hit it, but I think I should shot. I think the arrow scraped you.
I think I got bleed damage now. I see occasional red on my screen.
Oh fuck! Where's Ace?
I don't know. I have bleed damage.
Here's
I think
something.
the monster did hit me in the end. I have bleed damage.
Check if there's any bandage in our storage. Maybe you can
I
use
thought
it.
I took the last one. I thought I took the last one. Is there more?
I don't know.
That noise? I'm not sure.
Maybe you can use the ammonium cell.
I'm here, guys.
Oh no, it's
Hold
not.
up! I have bleed damage.
Just, I think you should use the food. The
Oh,
food
crouch,
to
crouch.
heal.
Crouch.
Really? How do I crouch in this?
Yeah.
Something's coming to me. Something's coming to me.
Control.
Okay, right in the stomach.
It's injured. I heard a screamer. What the fuck was that?
I ran out of arrows, guys.
You have a sword?
I have a knife.
I can maybe share some.
No, it's okay. I have a knife.
I got like.
Oh, that's behind me, isn't it? Oh, behind me! Oh my god!
Oh,
Fuck you!
an idol, an idol.
Come here.
Fuck
You
you.
good?
I'm good.
Kid, take this. Eat this to heal.
Okay. Can you C drop it or G, whatever you have?
What's that?
No?
What's over here? There's a power thingy. Is that you, Ace? Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to stab you if you didn't say anything.
Damn.
Kid, where are you, kid?
By the wagon.
I got one of the idols.
Alright, good. Put it in the chest. Oh, that bitch. What bitch scream,
I
huh?
got Riley.
Whoa.
We have
I
like
got Riley,
we have
guys. Look at this.
950 in our chest. How much do we need?
That's not Riley. Did you forget she's now a
1,000.
lynx, I believe? She's now a different species.
No, she still says he still says that in heart she's still a frog.
So if I ask her this later, you're not lying
Sorry.
to me, right? Bless you.
You can ask.
Yeah, let's go.
Unless there's a new change that I wasn't aware of.
I'm still getting hurty.
Do you need mushrooms?
I'm just slowly dying, man.
Take these rooms.
Wee, shrooms. You have so many shrooms. You know, for a father, you have too many shrooms, man.
Listen, if you're high enough, the scary monsters want to attack you.
Yeah, that's how that works.
How do we drop this?
I don't know. One of us need to somehow get to the other side. There's a
I
bridge
guess.
up behind us.
There's a bridge. We might be able to break it.
Oh wait, I think I know where it is.
Oh.
Kids got it.
You got it? Alright, I'll wait by the cart.
Oh, sorry. How do you
Oh,
jump
shit.
after? What? Where's that from?
You guys good?
Yeah.
Fuck, my arrow broke.
Can you get a bridge down?
You want your bow? Or your arrow?
Hold on. My arrow.
This guy is
my arrow.
turning around, by the way.
Nice.
The bridge is down.
Bridge is there. Where is our astral?
What's that?
Oh, right there, right there.
Right, Mr. Tentacle. Mr. Tentacle. Mr. Squidward. Yeah, fuck you.
Hey, look at
Oh,
the
you.
place
So
up
you
there.
can sneak attack.
Yeah. Can you climb up stuff?
No, you can't, sadly. Hey, what's that dead body
Oh,
here?
they should add that. Not
Oh,
us.
it's Ace.
Not
Is it
us.
Ace?
Hello.
Is that you? Oh, it's you, okay.
Oh, not
Yeah,
that
it's me,
fake,
it's me, it's me.
Look, Cam.
fake who stabbed me. I swear, everywhere I go, Ace
got
imposter,
book.
I always want to
imposter
stab
is-
you, kid here.
Dude, your imposter always wants to stab me too.
I got a book, guys. You can be a nerd.
Nerd. Wait, no, give a book
Yeehaw,
to
hold on,
Ace.
where's the
He's
cart?
a real nerd.
Actually, it's called.
Yeah. Ace, your book.
Where's the cart? The cart should be coming back soon.
Anything here? Oh, no.
Damn, you took your sweet time. Here we go. Don't
What's
talk.
that sound?
Ah, so it's like Ace.
There's a gate, right? Can I open it?
Oh, hold on, I got his book. Where's the cart?
Maybe we can go get it.
It's down here. Is
You have a
this
gun?
slow? Yeah. What?
Okay,
What? What's gonna pop out, huh? You scare me.
Hi Ross, thank you for the lurk.
Scare me.
What's that? Ah! Tentacle man! Tentacle man! Get stabbed! Get stabbed! Get shanked! Fucking tentacles. I go eat mushrooms now. How do you get high?
Astro, I found your bathwater down here.
Hey guys, I found Tentacle Man and stabbed him in the
Astro?
face. Yeah?
Nice.
My bathwater? What do you mean my
Look
bath?
it, it's your bathwater down here. Look it, you can take a bath. To clean your shiny skull.
Imagine if I fell down and actually killed myself.
It hit.
I got
So don't
I
think
got
you can swim,
pistol.
right? Oh really?
Yeah, I got
Nice,
pistol.
you guys got the gun. No. Ace has the
Oh
other gun.
wait, Ace, it's the ammo's in the car in the cart.
I know, I got it.
What the fuck was that?
I hear something.
Nothing else down there.
Ah! Ah!
Astral!
Oh, oh,
Oh.
oh!
Why would you shoot at the car?
What the fuck?
You shot
Okay, for a second,
me.
it looked like a monster, okay?
Yeah, you.
For a
It's
sec, it looked like a monster.
what the fuck? Ow!
You shot.
What
Okay,
the
look.
fuck are you hitting me?
Look, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. This game is
Stop!
going
Why are you
crazy.
hitting me? What? Stop!
Sorry, Astro. I still used to space being jumps. And I wanted to. Well, how about that
Yeah,
time?
same.
This
I
game,
wanted
it
to
looked
jump
cool
too.
from the trailers.
You crazy
I
bastard!
have a habit of wanting to jump, so I hit space. I'm sorry, Astro. I'm sorry.
I swear to God.
Ow. Was that Ace? Did you just shoot us?
No, I did not.
I swear to God, you guys are a
No.
danger
I saw you
hazard.
guys. I
Wait,
was...
wait. I heard a gunshot and you
Oh, behind! Astral! Astral! What the fuck was that?
What are you talking about? This kid!
Trying to get there.
There was something on you!
That was anything. It was
Bro,
fucking
listen,
kid. There was nothing
You think
on
that gun is
me.
good?
I think you fucking. I don't think you should be holding a gun,
There
mister.
was something on you. No, there was something on you.
Hey guys, this way.
What's that sound, guys?
No, we're heading back. Kiria, what the fuck?
What do you mean?
What the fuck is in front of you,
What?
Kiria?
If you want to go back, we can
I
I
press
don't
this
know,
guy.
I see it.
Dude, I think you're losing it. Dude, I think the gun is cursed. I'm for real.
Okay. We're
I
heading
think
back.
we
We're
know.
heading back. Let's go back.
Leave,
We're going
right?
back. We're going back.
What the fuck?
Okay, Ace, just stick with us.
Guys,
Okay.
Something might be in front of us.
I got my gun ready.
Yeah.
Guys, I hear monster. You guys, something's nearby.
There's a bird in front of you.
Careful, guys.
Could be something
I
on the
don't hear
way.
nothing. I don't hear nothing. Guys,
Could be something on the way. I'm on the pathway. I'm on the pathway.
Yeah.
This place is
Wait,
like
follow
her.
pathway.
I'm following the pathway. Hi Ref. Hi Ref. How you doing, cute angel?
Whatever. Hello, everybody. Hello. We're so
Hello,
lost.
welcome
Ace
in.
losing it.
Yeah,
Ace
he's a-
losing it. Ow!
You guys stop killing each other, please.
Bitch, come here.
Calm down,
I
guys.
didn't
Calm
use the
down.
gun. I always shoved. Ow! That didn't hurt, but that's good.
Where's the? Is the car with us? Okay, the car is
The
coming with
shoving
us.
is okay.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming with us. It's coming. It's following the path. I think we have to get off the island. We have to get
Oh,
off the
something's
island.
coming. Something's
gonna come
coming.
after
I
us.
don't know why.
Something's definitely coming. Follow the line. Let's get out of here.
Just follow the line. Just follow the line.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is the noise?
There's one nearby.
Ah!
I got him.
Guys, you're invisible to me. You're hollow. You're a hollow ghost to me, kid. Kid, you're a ghost to me. You're a
Now you
ghost.
see what I see, right?
You're
You
both a
think
ghost. You're both a
I'm
ghost to
still
me.
next to you. I'm still next to you.
Yeah. Your voice are also
Okay, you
discombobulated.
got the minor one.
Nice.
It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay.
enemy in
it's okay.
front. Enemy in front, guys. I lost my sword, by the way.
What the fuck are you using then? A knife?
I lost
Let's
my
go,
sword,
kid.
guys. I lost my sword.
Where put your sword?
Yeah.
Hi, Hector.
I lost my sword, though.
I'm
I don't
good,
know.
Hector.
I didn't drop anything.
Who was that?
He has a gun.
Come on, let's go.
I'm grabbing the gun. Okay, nice.
I can't move.
Let's go.
I'm stuck.
I'm
can
not
tell.
really
Ah,
mean, guys.
who shot?
No, keep going.
Ace,
There
I'm
might be
hearing.
something crazy. This might be. Okay, just follow my voice.
Alright,
You're okay. You're okay.
Can you watch my back? Can you watch my
Getting
back?
closer. Follow my voice.
I'm going. Oh my god, I can't.
I'm low health,
Guys, what's the sound?
I'm.
Is that me? Guys?
Guys?
Guys, are you here?
Where am I? Guys?
Guys, I'm stuck. Guys, I'm stuck. Hello? Hey, hey,
Fuck off! Oh fuck! Yeah. Okay.
Who's that? Who's
I
that?
don't know where to go. I don't know where we are. Oh, backwards. Astral.
I can't.
Turn back.
Where are you?
The cart is going to us. The cart is coming to us.
I'm stuck.
Fuck.
I can't move. Oh no! Ace! Jump! I can't jump! This is it for me, boys! Goddamn. What happened?
Holy
That actually
shit.
the coolest
I don't know
thing
what
I've ever
happened.
seen. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Jesus fucking Christ, that was crazy.
It was insane, dude. At some point, when you guys were trying to guide each other, I got dragged and teleported somewhere.
God, my W key is not working. Like, I can't even go. Jesus fucking Christ, there's like some barrier.
Oh, I didn't know. Dang, I didn't know that. The keys are funny, actually.
Keys are funny. Jesus Christ, guys, that was scary.
Dude, all this could be
They are not
this
sending
is
an
fun as hell. I like it.
Prepare yourself.
It's hilarious. It's definitely
Okay.
hilarious. You were insane, Ace. You were
Dude, I see things. I
Hi.
thought like I'm not crazy. I just see things.
Alright, who wants what?
Hold on, let me pick the expedition.
Take all
Alright.
that you can carry and leave no.
Okay, so
traces.
bow and arrows headshot is still good.
I
Oh,
like
there's a gun.
Yeah, we have guns this time.
Oh, both of you pick guns. I pick bow and arrow.
Okay.
Take the Bandalore kit. That's your ammo. The Bandalore,
okay.
yeah. That's oil lamp. Who wants to be the oil lamp?
Father,
Phenomenal.
where are you? Father, where are you? Oh, Father, please show your shiny bald head to me.
Am I not the father?
Viper, you should definitely check it out if you're interested.
Yeah, you guys should definitely play it.
This game is
demo,
actually pretty scary.
The game is getting released on July 15th. I can't wait for the release. I hope it's just a,
Did we?
like,
Did we? Oh, we didn't get any money, huh?
Yeah,
No,
we
'cause
died.
We died. This is marked as a heavy co-op required game. It'll be hard
You
to do
can
this solo.
play
It's just
solo with
hard.
some
It is
NPC.
hard. No, it's
But
not.
though-
This is just demo. We're only demo right now.
Oh, there was NPCs when I tried along.
There will be
While I
no
was
royal
testing the
fifth here.
settings. There
The
was
crown
NPCs.
knows nothing of this expedition.
Oh, Father,
and
please
so
come
do
in front
we.
of my shiny oil lamp.
Here
I will
Show
shoot
us your
you.
bald head.
ourselves.
Show us your
Spain, you say,
bald shiny hair.
Oh my God. The way. Okay, so the first wake up, we all get separated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
got dragged away
horns.
from you too. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I got stuck. I was like, where am I?
Just
Where
gotta
am
make
I?
sure that we just gotta make sure that we escape
yes.
before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We stood in there too long. But
Yeah.
I mean, we were trying to figure things out because me and Astro are like going in blind, so that might be our fault. But I mean,
It's technically blind for me too. That's my first time seeing anomalies like that.
oh.
Oh, what the fuck happened to you?
What the fuck?
Wait, what was that?
It's the trees. Don't stay close to the trees.
Oh.
The
Yeah,
tree
the
just
tree's
suck.
gonna-
The tree sucker punch you.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
I was like, dang, because Astro was still behind us. I thought he sucker punched you and said, "Hey guys, look at Sarah."
Astral,
Astro said,
this should be yours.
"Kill it."
Huh?
Oh, you
Astro.
missed your opportunity. You didn't
Right.
kill Sarah.
Oh.
There's the crucifix. Oh my
Oh.
god, the crucifix.
Oh my
The
god.
power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Power of Christ
Power
compels
of his
you.
bald head compels you.
I am
Bald head
Father
compels.
Astral. I have the power of Christ on my hand, the fists of God on my left,
And the power of your bald ass
and the power of a gun. That was against the fucking Zero. The deer
Guys,
will
what
be
was that sound?
crucified. Oh, we can carry Zero.
Yeah, you carry him.
Where's
Holy
the
shit.
cart? Where's the cart? Oh, I see it's back there. It's back
The
there.
car is slow coming to us.
Mr. Cart, Monsieur Cart, I have a little gift for ya. I hear something behind me. I believe in God. Yeah. Yeah. What?
6 hours left before his is dormant.
Alright, let's go.
Oh. You know, hitting tab really helps Astro.
We do. Cart. Oh! Another crucifix! A double father crucifix! Oh!
Double father.
I have double power Christ power and the fucking left hand of God. Who wants to face me?
Why is it so foggy this time around?
I don't know. We have the Father of Christ. The Father of Christ. Who's here? Hmm. Who wants to get? Who?
No.
I see.
Oh,
Ah, that's a few. That's a few.
get your gun out, man.
One have a gun. One have a gun.
Can you shoot him? Can you aim at him?
Again. Alright, reloading. Hold right click to aim. Aim for the head.
Reloading.
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 Reloading. Back up. Back up. Back up. Get a guy. Get a guy in front of you. Oh, is that Ace?
Hey, look it. Get this one.
I can't carry. I can carry. I'm full. I'm full.
Oh, I'm poisoned. Oh shit! A tentacle came out of my mouth, dude.
You can grab the decayed matchlock. That one. I don't know if you can use it. Is this Ace?
Ow! What hit me? Ow! Oh, thing! This thing! The thing that came out of my mouth.
What the fuck is
Oh,
that?
God.
Centipede?
Yeah! Now I'm even more hurt.
Is that Ace?
Probably. I see the cart. I see the cart. Ow!
What the fuck is this?
I got perma hurt again.
Oh, it's on me now.
Centipede.
There's two of them.
Oh, centipede! Careful!
Shoot it. Kill it.
Hold on. Eh.
Kill it.
I need to reload though. Yeah, let's reload and take
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Fuck.
Eh.
Fucking bitches.
Oh! Damn.
I'm gonna. I have.
I'm about to die.
Get the food stuff and all that.
I gotta wait for you though. Probably just die waiting though. Wah, worst jungle ever? Yeah.
Well, miss me. You gotta hug me. I wasn't falling spice. Oh, hi Bubble. How are you doing? Have you gotten your food yet?
Behind me! Oh, I didn't reload this.
Ah, fuck! I missed.
Reload this!
Can't walk forward. Why can't I walk forward?
Guys, there's that centipede coming by.
Kid died.
shit.
I'm healing kit. Are you good, kid?
I'm good. Man, I wasted my heal just now.
It's okay. You can get more food if you want. I'll wait here. I'm waiting here. Just so you know, I only got one ammo. I only got one ammo. I got some shrooms.
I don't
Okay,
have ammo.
you can
anymore.
take this on the floor.
We're gonna have to hopefully find more ammo because I don't have any.
Let's go. You gotta move forward.
Yeah, we have to hurry. We only have 4 hours left again.
Ah shit.
Yeah, we only have 4 hours left.
How moves with us?
Probably not.
What's this on?
I am. Damn.
Right there. Kill him, kill him, kill him.
I can't move forward. My control.
Shift cross, shift cross, that one. Creepy.
You have something in his pocket? Oh.
Huh?
The tree. Yeah.
The forest is alive. Oh my god, I don't think we have much time left, guys.
We got roughly 4 hours left. We gotta go fast. Oh, okay, in front.
Yeah.
See if you can stab him. Oh, behind me! Fuck!
I got him. You okay?
Jesus fucking
Are you
Christ!
okay,
The guy, he attacked me from the back. Oh,
Another
another one.
one.
Ah! He's on me! They're everywhere!
Everywhere. Oh my god.
I'm dead!
Oh shit, they got me.
Where's Ace? Why is he moving alone?
Damn.
Goodbye, kid. We're gonna become monsters, kid. We're gonna turn to monsters, kid.
Alright, let's go eat Ace then. It's hard.
Alright, say
shy.
less. Oh, I'm being taken, kid. I'm being taken.
Me too. I'm being taken. Oh my god. Okay.
So what now?
Alright, let's hope we eat Ace.
Dude, he was on the fucking. Oh my god. I hope our characters come and just shoot the shit out of him.
That doesn't count quite a lot.
Isn't that your character by the bridge right now?
Yeah, we're he's going a different route.
I don't think he knows we're dead.
He doesn't.
Oh, this is interesting. Like, we can see our own, like, doppelganger's POV.
You can? How?
He died. Yeah, switch E. Switch
Oh.
POV. Yeah, you see, look at that.
Oh, mine's going backward. Like I see.
Who are you? State your business.
I'm near Ace.
State your business.
Hey, you hit him!
That's not good.
Look, I'm there, coming.
This is what he gets for you.
Ah, damn! You know, I was trying to play the long run.
We were hunting you down, Ace. Our corrupted versions.
Ace, don't leave us. Don't stray away from the group.
I didn't leave. I stayed with the cart.
No,
Well, I didn't
no.
stay with the cart. I was just getting close.
Stay with
Okay.
us.
So I'm gonna guess
Us
the map.
ourselves.
Hmm.
So we died again.
Do we suck?
I'm not sending you empty-handed.
All right, change of area. We're gonna go to the Scarlet Flower Woods.
Alright.
Wealth by divine right belongs to those who know what to do with
All right, same situation. I will be the bow and arrow.
I'm ready to gun. The knife. Kid, pick a gun as well.
I'm packing extra heals.
Yeah, the heals, we need more. I keep getting these weird bleed damage, poison damage, or whatever.
I got the oil lamp. We need it.
We might need to buy. How much money do we have?
We have nothing.
Shit.
Get a knife, kid, if you have the knife.
There we go. That took forever for me to grab.
Alright. Fuck, I guess we're gonna go.
Alright, no more horsing around, guys.
Everybody's
lock
dead.
in.
Father, no more double.
Let me pray
no,
for us. Let me pray
cross.
for us. All right, we're gonna go.
Okay,
we're gonna be doing this. We're gonna be doing this. Okay, I pray
We
for
gotta
us.
tap the ball spot. We gotta tap the ball.
Tap my head. Tap my head.
Tap,
Come on,
tap.
pop, 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 pop. All right, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Oh my god, the
That's funny.
bald head compels the enemies, guys. We gotta keep it shiny, squeaky clean. Just like that Twitter post you shared with us, Astral.
Alright,
Imagine
let's-
you did that with your head. Oh, there's this Twitter post. Based on, because of Ren, his Twitter got feed got influenced.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna keep going ahead.
Yeah.
Left or right?
I'll go right actually. I'll
Uh,
go solo, but you guys need to stick together.
Kid, come with me. Alright. Why are you? Why? Oh, are you like? Why are you making fucking moaning noises? Like, hello?
My character was already tired.
What is that?
You broke open a chest.
Oh shit! It's right there. No, get. Red smoke, kid. Don't go touch the red smoke.
Can I touch it?
The right side has a chest.
You mean the left side?
We went left. Oh yeah, we went left.
I'm going middle.
Alright, I follow you.
I'm gonna do that thing where Ace told us to stay together, but do the opposite.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Alan's above
What the
us.
fuck?
He killed Zero. The car is coming. He's just there.
There's just stuff.
That's not me. Who is that? Who is that? That's not me. That's not me
What?
behind you guys. That's not me.
Oh. Oh my god, dude! How come there's so many doppelgangers of you specifically?
Yeah, man. What the fuck?
What the hell?
Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have shot. I should have just knifed. Fuck me. Cause like it didn't make too much noise.
Cases.
I got some firewood. What do we do with firewood?
For resources, we need it as well. Don't worry. Don't worry about
Ammunition, we
thinking
need
it's a
the
useless
ammunition.
resource. There's a hostile to your left, Kit.
Oh, look at it, done.
Kit.
Hi, friend. Hi, friend.
I got you.
Dang it. Try to time it.
Ow!
Oh, you punched Astral.
You dumb fuck!
I'm not punching Astral. I thought I punched the
No,
guy.
on my view, you punched him, but your punch whipped through the guy and hit Astral too.
Yeah, you whipped me, man.
You did that
Really?
to him.
Damn.
Yeah, you did. That was why it's so funny.
Power of God compels you. Power of God compels you. Get the demon out of you.
Dude. No,
Oh shit.
You come back?
yeah.
Yeah, Moose said the power crash compel you, and the guy came back.
I know, right?
Are we the baddies?
Ace?
Are we the baddies here? Sorry. Be careful. There's gonna be a centipede coming up.
I see it.
Shoot it 3 times on the moving
Okay, there we go.
parts.
Oh, okay, so I had to kick it a few times.
Fuck. That is if you don't miss.
Now there's 2. Oh, good.
Okay, someone come towards me.
Oh, watch out behind me. There's gonna be another one. Ow! Just when I was in the middle of vomiting out another one. Yeah, there's gonna be another one.
Hey, sir. I would like that gun.
Oh. You
Hey,
okay?
Ace, I got fin lock extra.
Nice. It's
What
still
if I'm
alive.
dead?
It's still alive. It's still alive.
Centipede! Another one! It's another one that came out of me! Oh. Slightly delusional, guys.
Slightly Delulu. Like nice.
The guy running up ahead.
Kill him. That's not one of us.
Reloading. I found an extra gun I found. Let's put it away. One of these.
Alright, I'm gonna move forward.
What?
I'm good, I'm good.
Okay. Moving forward time. Let's go, guys. Do we get everything?
Oh, bruh.
Fuck those centipedes.
Kenapa dok lampu away? Where did he go?
Just imagine Spice is in here, but he's purposely scaring Astro the entire time.
Persona.
Hello.
Nice.
Oh, there's a bandolier. Here, kid. Or one of you guys.
Take it, Astro, take it. I picked up some earlier.
The what?
It should
Oh my
be right
God.
down the floor there.
Hey, there's a bolt here. There's bolts.
Oh, grab it, just in case we find a crossbow.
Alright. Oh, he's on me.
I like how there's bugs on my monitor, and it looks like it's on my
Pretty
actual
low
monitor. Interesting.
Okay, what's that then?
Alright, let me put some stuff away.
Oh.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ, how many cracks do you need?
How many? A lot, really?
Fuck me, help me! Help me! Thank you.
I was reloading. It took a long time.
Oh my
Alright,
god, I need to heal.
Wait, we're 5 hours left, guys. 5 hours left.
Holy shit.
Oh god, I thought it was on my phone. I was about to smack the shit out of it. Oh no, the game is pretty.
Shit,
I don't know, the way
shit's
we did
whispering
the-
in my ear.
Oh, you're fine. That's right.
It's on. There's no ace, is it?
There's 2 hostiles. Wait,
Oh.
hold on. Stand still.
I didn't know it was an ace. I was about to shank the shit out of him.
Damn.
I think personally, he just wants to shank you.
There's 2 hostiles up ahead.
How do you want to do this? I don't want to shoot because I don't want to make too
I
much
can take
noise.
first shot.
Oh!
Yeah, you do
What the
that.
fuck happened to my vision?
Take one down, I think.
Oh! What the fuck's going on
Oh.
my vision?
You okay?
Oh my
yeah,
god!
you
I'm,
experienced-
look at my stream! Look at
Okay?
my stream!
Your stream?
I'll,
My eyes.
Kida, you check it out. I need
Is
to
that
check
bad
it.
on your stream?
Guys.
Behind.
Oh god, my screen
job,
is
Astral.
fucked. My screen is so fucked.
Oh my god. I like how the chat like can't really hear each other.
Fuck, guys.
Oh my god, Astral, what the heck? Astral Day! What
Thank
happened
you.
to what happened to your like vision, man?
That's why I was thinking. Ace, he's there. Oh my god, I can't go that certain area. That area, I cannot go there. Where Ace is? Ace, I drop
what's that?
I drop an arrow, Ace. I drop an arrow.
Something
Pick up the arrow, pick up
Thank
the
you, thank
arrow. Something
Like
definitely nearby.
I went static when I go to that
guys,
certain
guys,
area.
we have 4 hours left.
Come on, we still
Yeah,
need to
we
get
start
we still
making
need to
our-
get a
going and
book.
take
We
care of
need to get a
each
book. Oh my god.
I don't want.
2 hostiles, 2 hostiles.
Oh,
Let me try to get them first. Oh, three hostiles. I missed. Reset. Hold on.
okay.
One more.
Honestly, between the gun and the bow and arrow, I think the
One's coming, one's running.
Something's behind us.
oh
Oh shit, the one behind us is still alive. Never mind. He
Hey guys,
didn't.
I got an axe.
oh nice.
Oh, it's a throwing axe.
Ooh.
Guys, there's a shit ton of
Imagine
hostiles
that.
up ahead.
Oh, I see. We're coming. god. Reloading again. Oh.
Dude, I'm going red. I'm going crazy. Like I'm going crazy.
Me too. Me too. Oh my god. Oh, the other guy's getting closer. Reloading. I'm reloading. Get off of me!
The one weakness of bow and arrow, it's just too weak. The weaker enemies they want.
Oh, I can't see the enemy.
I can barely see them.
I can't
Oh,
see.
oh, who hit me?
You
Who hit
guys
me?
Either.
Someone
Oh, is that
smacked
you in
me.
front of me?
Oh, you fucking
I don't know.
almost killed me.
Sorry. Dude, you guys are currently. Oh, I see what you mean now. You're literally shadows in front of me now.
That's what I think. Should we head back now?
I think so. We have 3 hours left. We should head back.
Yeah, we should probably
Last
try to
time,
go back.
We failed.
What about the book?
We had.
What about the book? Do we have a book?
Oh my
No,
god.
we didn't. We
don't
didn't get
have
it. We didn't get it. We didn't get it.
enough. Oh, we don't have enough.
Okay, we still do
Hit
need to
tab.
get it.
Look at.
Yeah,
look at
we need
tab,
more.
Man, look at that. Can I eat this flower? I ate a flower, guys. Dang, I can barely see you guys.
It's so red here in this general direction. We got 3 hours left. Guys, are you with me? Guys? 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 Guys?
What's up?
I
that
see
you?
you guys
Oh.
as shadows.
That's you?
I was like,
Your
yeah,
ether roll for me. Your ether roll.
Oh, for you
yeah, I
guys,
was
you're
like,
just literally
can
two
you show me
shadows.
Cthulhu? Hi, Lucy. You know, we don't know
Hello,
what Cthulhu
Lucy.
is. I can't move forward. Okay.
We have 920 out of 1620.
Dude, what the fuck are we going? Are we going the right way? I don't know if this is the right way. Somebody's here. Somebody's here.
We are. Oh
Can-
shit, they are ethereal too. I cannot see them properly.
Oh. Oh, I gotta be careful not to shoot you guys again. I shot Astral.
Yeah, he shot me. He took out all my majority of my health. I'm just saying. I can't tell. Okay, at least we all have certain weapons on us, so we should be able to tell.
Here's something else close. Ooh, what's over here? Different kind of mushroom.
Oh, I see some. I see it. I see a shrine. Oh my god, my vision got fucked up again. I got the medal. Guys, you here? I'm by the ox. Who's this? Back the fuck away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Fuck you, no! Guys, I'm down. Kid, I'm down, kid. Run, kid, run!
Oh my god, get off of me! Oh my
You
god!
stabbed you!
Oh.
Yes, kill me!
I saw. Dang, I just brought back a totem. I found a totem. And
Same.
brought it back.
I just saw Ace wipe the shit out.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh, dang, yeah, that's pretty unfair right there.
I'm coming, Gabe. I'm coming. I'm here, Ace. I'm here. I got my knife. I'm ready to shank someone, Ace. Ace, where are you, Ace? Ace, you gotta tell me where you are, Ace. I'm coming. I see the card, Ace. I see the card.
Oh shit.
Ace, I'm here. Let me help. Boom! I shot someone, Ace.
Oh, this might be it for me.
Ace, I'm here, Ace.
Oh,
Don't worry, Ace.
damn.
I'm coming. I'm fighting, Ace. I'm sorry. I'm fighting. Oh shit, he died.
Astral, you fucked up.
What are you doing, kid? I didn't see you at all. Like, where's your body?
I don't know.
That's fucking crazy, man. This game is insane.
Hours, because then it gets so rough.
This game is so insane. It's crazy. I wonder if Spice is ready.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he got another 20 minutes left. He got another 20 minutes left.
At least. Okay. We gotta practice. And then we gotta show Spice with shiny bald head. We gotta prove that yours is farther and Ace's is.
Yeah, prove that we're better. Aha, look who's bottom now, bitch.
Where the fuck are we?
You're the you're the bottom.
Let's surprise Astro. Let's find a way to get out. Oh shit.
Can we...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We're so used to the jumping thing.
Yeah. Wait, try to punch me here. Punch me here.
Punch you?
What the fuck am I hearing? Why you want to get punched by kid?
Don't worry about it.
Dog! I found a dog, guys.
Oh, sorry. I tried to jump again.
It's okay. It's okay. But the jumping is really fucking us up. But low key is how did we get here?
I don't know.
What the fuck? Are you guys inside here?
No, we're outside. Bro, we're outside.
Wait, what do you mean outside?
We're enjoying. Actually, the water physics looks nice.
We're outside the window.
How the fuck did you get outside the window?
Look at our stream. Look at our stream. Just look at our stream. You'll see what we need.
I'm opening your stream. What the fuck are you? What the fuck are you get there?
I don't know. It teleported us here. Can we get unstuck, Ace?
Change your character. Change your character. I mean, like, just switch characters, but the same person. What's up?
What the fuck?
Dang, that's like a weird bug. That's a weird bug. For real. That's a bug? That's weird.
The fist of God!
Bold.
You homeless man!
Bold.
Oh.
Bold.
Dude, it does not take us long to start punching each
Bold.
other. What the hell?
Yeah.
Bold.
Oh my god. Bold father, calm down. I know you don't like his homelessness, but calm down, man. Oh my god!
Pick a mission already, bitch!
Alright,
So,
Alonso de la Torre.
so earlier I found a flintlock that was brand new. It wasn't old. So, oh, there's three guns.
Ooh.
Alright, oh shit, there's more places to go actually. Let's go to Rio Verde.
Someone get the one gun. We each get a gun.
The more you find, the better you
Yeah, grab a gun too.
I need to. Is there a way to adjust your inventory?
Yeah? I think so, no?
Wait,
I don't know, look
you
at
guys
this-
use the gun. I'm gonna put it on the chest. You guys use the gun. I don't need the gun.
But there's like 3. You don't want one?
I'm using bow and arrow.
I guess it's true.
How do I fucking put the gun in my inventory that I
Oh,
want to put it?
You can't. You can't. You gotta really.
Oh my god.
Actually, there's a way.
Okay, what?
I just dropped
You-
it, picked it up, and right in the slot you wanted to be in.
Oh, there's another
Yeah.
way. You put stuff in the inventory wagon, and then
Oh, yeah, you can move it.
close
there,
it and open it again and put it where you want.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Alright. Father, please lead
Alright,
the way
bless,
with your shining
bless.
bald head.
I will bless you.
Use
Yeah,
your
yeah,
shiny
yeah,
bald
yeah,
head,
yeah.
man.
Tap, tap,
Yeah,
tap,
yeah,
tap,
yeah.
tap, 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 tap.
Tap, 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 tap.
Oh, you were ready to go. Tap
I'm
head.
already inside you.
Dang, did you just stab the monk? What the heck? You
Yeah, that's kind
stabbed
of
him?
rude. That's kind of mean of you. It's rude of you. Stab
Dude, I
us.
can't believe
You
stabbed the
you
father.
fight
What's
you
wrong
you
with
stab the
What the hell?
I'll fucking do it again.
fucking
Oh.
goofy. Oh wait, we're at the
Look at
beach.
it. Nice.
Yeah, Rio Verde. I don't know where it
Okay,
is.
good.
So careful
Okay, let's
making
hurry up,
noise.
let's
You
hurry up.
attract the enemy if you make too much noise.
If you see the white lines on your screen, you're starting to make noise.
Oh, only interactable ones. It's not the worst, but it is annoying.
Oh, is this something? Oh, it's not. That would have been cool. I hear frog.
What's
Is
that
it
in
you,
front of
Ace?
us?
Yeah, it's me.
I was about to stab you again.
Wait, do you guys have a sword? Oh no.
No,
No,
they
no,
only
it's a
gave
knife.
us.
Found it for you.
I lost that sword.
Oh, what
a
the fuck is
long-
that?
Ow! The tree.
Look around for anything.
Hey guys, would you like some firewood so we can make some dinner? Din for the firewood?
You gotta put a firewood in the cart.
Would you like some firewood to make some din? Campfire time.
You can make
Should be
some.
coming up here soon.
Marshmallow.
Where the fuck is the cart?
Far away. I'm
There's
not
no
walking all the way to it. It's not worth. That ain't worth
No,
for me.
no fucking way is this slow. Is there a way to call the cart?
It's
I'll
coming
wait.
slowly.
I'll wait till you guys can go ahead first.
New guidebook page unlocked, guys. The faceless one is on this island.
There's a fake one.
You only have a few hours to accomplish your task. The force is altered by your present. Okay, we do need to hurry it up.
This fucking okay, he's fighting here. Fuck. Take too long. Oh my god, my game is kind of weird. Am I sick? Oh, there's someone else vomiting.
At some point, beware.
Did someone give birth? Oh, what the
You
fuck?
Help me! There's a centipede! There's 2 of them now!
Can we just ignore them?
No, they're gonna try to attack us. You don't want to ignore
Fuck, I got hit twice.
them. Back. Behind! Oh my god, there it is! Can I stab it?
Oh my god, it's annoying to stab it. Oh, you did.
There we go. Oh, you gotta. I did crouch to do it, cause I can't do it the other way.
You go this way because we had to get the bridge.
But yeah. Let's get the bridge down. Get the bridge.
What the fuck? Oh, was that noise?
Ooh, careful.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. I gotta climb here. What was that? Ace? There's ice. There's ice.
Stab him! Stab him!
Help! Help! Help!
I'm crying! Damn, why is it always Ace's imposter first?
Let's get better. Let's climb up faster. Get a better one.
Why is it fucking Ace's doppelganger? I swear.
Fuck! I'm hurt.
I just saw another Ace doppelganger behind us, by the way.
Behind us.
Yeah, just throwing it out there. Remember, there's another doppelganger of him.
Shit, I get a bandage and some health.
Yeah.
How does the bridge go down? Oh,
Okay.
I see. Is that you, Ace? Is this you?
Yeah.
Or should we kill you? Okay. We found your doppelganger again. He fucked me up.
Okay.
Dude, it's always your doppelganger. What the fuck, man?
Fuck you, man.
Yeah. What the fuck?
You gotta calm down, man. I'm just saying, you gotta calm
I don't know
down.
what you're talking about.
Okay, we dropped the bridge already, so we can. Oh, is there something in the cave?
Oh, centipede, centipede, centipede! Ace!
I see something there. How did you get there?
I think I know.
Hey, do you see that?
I
You can
might
get.
have was.
Can we go there that way? There's like a little uncave there.
Probably. I don't know how you get there. Ace went down though.
Yeah, it's good. We go that way. Go that way. There's something in the. There's a tunnel there at the end.
Ooh, tunnel time, secret tunnel, secret tunnel.
Hello, frog.
I'm bringing the cart to go up ahead. So making noise.
was me.
I know, a monster came out of the ground from here, Noah.
Someone's here. Someone is here. Who's that? Who's that? I will shoot.
Astral?
Is that you?
Astral? Yeah, it's me!
Hey,
Ooh, I got a little crazy over here.
they're crazy. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Jesus
Guess when you're by
fucking
yourself
Christ.
longer, the more crazy you get.
I guess yeah, you lose your sanity. Oh my god, what the fuck happened here? These are old bodies, you know?
Holy shit, we were here just yesterday.
Where's Ace?
Behind. He went a different way. I don't know where he went.
This guy I like to go low. Oh, who's that? Is that you? Ace?
Oh, he brought a friend though.
What's up?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, get fucked. Where did Ace go? What the fuck?
Guys, we have 4 hours left and we have not. Really
Ace
found
shooting,
anything.
Ace shooting something. I don't know where he is.
Oh, there's something over there. I saw it. Right in front of us now. There's a deer again. I think there's something up ahead. Oh yeah, there's a monster. The monster, guys, monster.
What the fuck is that? Oh, behind me!
Reloading! Oh my god, I'm still reloading. I'm sorry.
Ready, I'm reloading.
I don't have any more ammo.
Back up, kid, back up. Kid, back up, kid.
Oh god, now I have that damage again. Ugh. Oh.
There's more ammo in the cart. There's more ammo in the cart. You alive, kid? Are you alive?
I'm alive, but I still have that bleed damage, so it'll be a while. Oh, after we're down 4 hours, it's about to get crazy again, and we did not meet quota anyone near it.
We did not even get anything forward. I don't know where Ace is.
I don't know. I heard oh fuck.
I know why. He's the old fuck.
Well, he went off his own. Oh, in front of us.
He tried to shoot us.
Oh, ammo? Grab his ammo.
Yeah,
grab it.
no, there's a decay. Take one.
Oh.
You get extra ammo.
Oh my
Arrow,
God.
fuck. Hold on.
Waiting.
Okay, I got some arrows.
Oh, behind us!
What?
Behind us! Oh. Hell.
I shot him.
Oh. I was trying to. Another one! I missed!
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I thought I had a knife in my hand.
Behind you. Ah, kid, I'm dead.
What the hell is this? I thought I had a knife in my. I'm dead. Oh, good.
Did he die? Did Ace die?
Wait.
Oh.
Oh. No wonder. I heard. Oh, fuck. That was it.
Yeah. Holy fuck, this is really difficult. The game difficulty just jump up from 1 to 10 immediately.
For those who come after. What are you talking about, Spice?
Spice, are you good? Are you ready? Yeah, are you ready to join us? It's almost time for you to join. Still eating? Alright, so I guess we'll do one more round without Spice and then later he'll join us.
We need the ultimate chicken. Where's Ace?
Is Ace? Oh.
Damn.
Jesus fucking Christ, this game is crazy, man.
What happened? It is, but it's fun, but still trying to figure out shit.
Come back here. Fuck it out.
Where? Oh, can you get out here? Ah, imagine being
Ace, where are
stuck
you?
imagine being stuck back there. It could be us.
Fuck you both.
I didn't say anything! That was all. Hey, the bald father said that. I didn't say nothing.
Not gonna lie, This game
Yeah.
is really hard.
It's
Like, I
really
don't know what-
hard, but
Yeah,
it's enjoyable in a
Hey,
way.
Astro, look it. You can talk to yourself.
Okay,
Right over here.
where are you?
It's your actual father.
Where are you?
In this room. In the room. In the
Under.
room. Under. Look at it. Talk to father.
We must
That's not me.
There is still good in
It's your
Shinra,
father.
even
Sorry.
so
Oh.
far from the lands where the apostles walked.
So we got a new journal, right?
Yeah.
Do we not unlock it unless we die?
Do you want to try something easier?
Is that
Yes.
like wait, was that the hard one?
No. That wasn't the hard one.
There are
That
many
is
questions
after
I
the
must
tutorial
answer.
area that I played
What happened
solo.
to Samacon and Salvatierra?
Is there like a difficulty
Where is
Where is
reward?
the Lazarillo? And more
Oh, this is
importantly,
basic. They're basic.
discover them now. And the
Dude, we
entrance
just
to the
suck,
underworld
you
that
know?
contains
We
the secret
die at a
path.
basic one.
Answer
Oh.
these questions.
Yeah, it's because we're fooling around with your bald head. Is that why?
Your share of the plunder.
Yeah, right? So small.
No,
Right?
We are not sending you empty
Like kid
Oh.
is
Prepare
shorter.
yourself before you leave.
It's like a gremlin.
Guys, hold on,
Um,
my game.
I think
Had a
I.
fatal error.
Oh, there's a musket now. Oh fuck. Okay. Wait, is Kid here?
He got fatal error. We might need to wait for a bit.
Okay. Ooh. So, wait, do we have to reset then? Because like, if
No,
Kid
I
joined
finished
midway.
the fight.
Okay. So they gave us a musket, a knife, longbow, lamp.
Okay, you guys pick the weapons. I'm gonna be the hoarder, the harvester in this team.
Oh, they gave us an axe as well.
I'm gonna be the harvester.
Do you want an axe at least then?
Sure.
Hey, you take the axe. Right there.
Look at Kit looking at us up there.
Damn, that was loud. Oh, they give us machete as well.
Oh, that's to cut the. That's to cut the. I think the tree branches, so we don't make too much sounds going through them.
I mean, you can use it as a knife as well to cut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask Little K what she wants. She wants a arrow or I think you should take a knife as well. I'll put a knife in the chest, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I'm harvester. I'll grab anything that is worth something. I'll let you know what heals, what doesn't heal.
Machete.
You want the machete kit? Alright. You can take a knife.
Ma-
Do you want the gun or do you want the bow and arrow?
Machete.
Ace, sorry, took the axe. So do you want the bow and arrow or the gun?
The fuck are
He
you?
used it. You got a problem, huh?
I'll take the gun. I'll take the gun, kid. You take the arrow.
You come back here. Don't make me slash you with the knife.
No.
Alright, kid, take the bow and arrow.
I don't know. I feel like every time I look at this guy, he gets more and more cringe, you know, by the day.
What? What? What did I do? Man.
Everybody out. Alright, take the bow and arrow, guys. Take the bow and arrow.
No, Roz. No.
Kit, take the bow
Kid,
and arrow.
take the bow and arrow, kid.
I don't want to.
Oh, I'm gonna put this in the fucking. I'm gonna put this in the fucking chest then.
Cause the white cat tiger words, no.
Keep your hands on this ship.
Ow.
A saved man will be happy to wait.
Dude, I don't know why your character is even posing like this. This is ridiculous.
I don't know how I look like. I can't see myself.
No, look at our stream.
Why are you the
way you're
noble? What
posing.
happened to the homeless guy?
I don't think he liked being called homeless.
What? I look fucking normal. What the fuck?
I don't know.
I look pretty normal.
I don't know, man. I don't think you ever looked normal to us.
Alright, let's go. I took the bow and arrow so that I can make quiet for now. Oh,
Welcome
left
to
for
I don't
tutorial.
want
left for. This is a tutorial.
Mhm.
Oh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
My rope. I said this is a tutorial and then the guy immediately pop out of nowhere. Kick. I am chosen by the Lord! The Lord! The Lord! Sorry. I
No worries,
sneeze.
no worries.
I sneeze at it when I
Bless
kill him. I sneeze and kill him.
A sneakle.
Sneasel.
There's a place over here.
Where?
Follow me.
Where's Kid?
In her own world.
Where's the sound?
The fuck is that? Okay, that's Kid. That's definitely at Kid's. Kid's, I think, might be a goner.
Why did you even go by herself?
Ooh, this is weird.
Sorry.
Bless you. Don't
I don't know why I'm
don't worry.
sneezing. I
You're
am
just
sneezing a lot today. I might be sick. Who knows? What's that? Right, hostile behind you.
Where? Oh shit.
Just in case.
I'll grab the idol, etc.
Flint lock here.
I'll grab it. We're gonna sell it.
That sounds like a plane and anything else. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, right in the throat.
Ow.
I got you. I got you. Ah, shit, it broke. My arrow broke. Two of them broke. Shit, man. Think he's alive? Ah, I got another cross.
Nice.
We can climb up here. Oh, kid's
Do you
alive.
have inventory still? Do you have
Yeah,
inventory still?
I do, I do.
There's a bottle of wine here.
Okay. I hear a bird. I want to kill that. I want to kill the bird. Oh, there's a fly on my fucking screen.
Oh, whatever.
Huh? Where? Jesus fucking Christ, it's like a fly on my screen, man.
Oh god!
Ow!
Oh,
What the
sorry. Sorry.
fuck?
You look like an enemy. You look like an enemy.
I'm a father. Fuck you. Jesus
I'm
fucking
sorry.
Christ.
No. On my screen, you had the red body fucked up looking thing.
Jeez.
And then when I hit you, you just turned back to normal. I'm so sorry.
I was just trying to say hi. I got idols.
This game is actually pretty good at fucking
I got an idol.
nice.
Nice.
Ooh, gold
I
idol. Nice.
I hit Kid earlier, but she must have gone ahead. Oh, it's our mission. Just bring back riches. Oh, we actually got it already, actually. We can head back if you wanted to.
Oh.
Oh, hey, is that
We
you?
got more. We got double token.
Something behind you.
Ace's imposter stabbed me again.
I'm sorry.
I like to say Ace's imposter's been trying to kill me all day. He needs therapy, bruh.
Power of Christ compels you. Power of Christ
We
compels you.
got enough money, but I think we
Power
can
of
just get a
Christ
bit more
compels you.
since it's still
You
early.
know, I think the
Oh,
power
is
of Christ should compel your cringeness.
Hey, you look like a monster.
Yeah, I got breastplate.
Compel your-
Ashwell behind you. Ashwell behind you. Ashwell behind you.
Behind you.
Fuck you.
I shot him in the ass. I shot you in the ass, buddy. I just gotta let you know I shot you. Wait,
Oh
what?
wait.
We can carry him.
I'm glad we didn't shoot him in the head. with the gun.
I'm going back to the cart. Oh, there's the cart.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eh. My helmet broke, guys. Why is that? Hey, Astro,
Well, that's
I'm
what
1 HP in a
happens.
dream.
There's some heal,
Actually, no.
right? What do you mean? I'm not here. Hello? Guys? Ace? Oh, there's you. Sorry. You didn't make a noise. You were just standing there menacingly. What's that? Ah, help! Help! Ah, fuck you. You okay, Ace?
Yeah, I was eating.
Okay, that make sense why you make so little noise. It was like, hello? I got an idol. Biscuit.
Or could be dead. Wait, I just saw something fall down, being pulled over just now. That might be Kit.
It might be dead. Aim.
Yeah, because that's the animation of you getting killed.
I'm up here. Are you here?
Hold on.
Mm. I'm on top here. I'm just gonna go a bit forward.
Oh, hello.
In here.
Soda. Oh, fuck.
You good?
Kit's trying to kill me. Fuck you, bitch.
Hey, I see you. Ah, fuck. Whoa, 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 calm down. Ace? You're alive? This is why I said we should have just fucking... Ah, come on, kid. Dumb fucks. I swear the guy base died. Oh, of course he died. What the fuck? Is it fall damage? No! No! Bastards. Fuck me. Fuck me. I'm all alone, aren't I? Oh, Jesus. Ah! What now? Again! Oh my god, really? Fuck off! Fuck off, you fake father! I'm the real father, bitch! Fuck me!
Oh my god, I don't think you're a real father. You're not the real father, man.
Dude, what the fuck going on, huh? Why you all die easily? Come on!
Look, in my defense,
Oh.
Kit killed me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wonder
it's-
why.
Yeah, see? I told you, Ace. You can tell it that all you want.
Fuck, I can. Fuck, did you die
Karma.
by kid of all people? You gotta do. You have
We
a.
are not sending
Oh
you
my-
empty-handed.
Oh my god.
All right, same place, Tutorial Island. We gotta make through this, otherwise we suck.
Hey, look
Alright,
it, I have a crossbow now.
just go get the bolt. Use the bolt. Ace, what do you
Same
want?
thing. Same thing as last time. I will be the survivalist that will be gathering stuff.
I'm gonna put the. I'm gonna put the gun in
Hello,
the.
Naromo.
I'm gonna put all the stuff in the chest. Someone get a knife if you don't have a knife.
I have a knife.
Pick up the gunpowder and put in the chest. Where's the bow and arrow?
Alright, guys.
Over
Got the
here,
crossbow.
Astral. I think you need this the most.
What?
Damn, dude. Every
What?
day you just get more cringe.
What?
The
Yeah,
helmet.
protect your bald head.
You
What?
bastard.
What? Okay, wait. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Let me look at me while. Whoa! I'm gonna look at me.
Damn.
All I have. What's cringe? All I have is a beard. Look at you.
Dude, can we not die, okay? Don't fucking go alone if you don't need to go alone.
But it looked fun the other way. It looked fun. Oh,
was
Bald
like-
Father, compel Ace's cringeness, please.
I see your mouth. I just
Alex.
realized your mouth move when you talk.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, I got it. I'm gonna do the opposite of what Ace says.
I'm gonna go this way. Oh my god, I swear to god they die again. I swear they die. Open up. Crucifix as usual. You gonna get up? Fuck you. Die. Piece of shit. The roots took him away. Knowing I was a strong one. I got the stuff. What's hi Dorbsy? I don't know if you guys say hi, but hi Dorbsy. Are you gonna get up too? Da, 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 da. Boom! Bitch. I'm a metal idol. Food ration would be actually good issue right now. I need to heal. I'm gonna drop the crucifix. Take that. Take that. I'll drop it here. I'll grab the metal idol. I have a lot of metal idol on me, which is kind of worrisome because I need to find the card. I don't know where the card is. So hide. Hello, Mitsubishi Konoha Sakuya. Mitsubishi Konoha Sakuya. Hello? Hello?
Arrow.
There's some stuff here. There's some stuff here.
Arrow.
Back there, there's some coins. I couldn't carry anymore. There's a hide here.
Oh.
There's
I
a
have to make
hide.
sure kid doesn't die alone.
Yeah. So there's a hide here, and back there near the second shrine there, there's 2 or 3 coins maybe.
All right, got you.
Where's the card? Oh, the card there. Okay, I see it.
At kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's back in the beginning still for some reason.
I got an
Was it
axe.
you? I mean, we hit tab. Look at we already.
Oh, you got enough.
we hit
Holy
tab,
shit.
We technically have enough. We could just leave this time.
Hold on, I got more stuff.
I kept finding like metal totems and stuff. Yeah, so I mean, we could leave this time and actually buy shit, so we could, because we only have 5 hours left. So we could just leave this time.
We could. If we don't have, we also
What?
like.
You found a bird?
I need to say nothing.
Spice left a call.
Oh yeah, he did. I wonder where Ace is.
Why don't he love us?
Why don't he play with us?
Why don't Spice love us?
Here's my child.
Butter, why not?
He has
oh my God,
code.
there's bugs on my monitor.
Yeah, I got that last round, and I'm like, oh, here he comes, here he comes. Back up, back up, back up. There, on your left, on your left. Oh, never mind. I think he went to the left side. He's like somewhere there. I'm staying near the card.
We only have 5 hours left, so we do actually. Yeah, we gotta actually leave pretty soon. Once it hits 4 hours, we're out of here. Whether we have
Ace.
Ace or not, rip him. You know, 07. You
We
know,
still need to
07
grab the
Ace. You
book.
know, sometimes we gotta leave.
Oh, no book.
No book, no book. No, not this one, not this
No,
one.
no, 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 no book.
Where are you going?
There's more
Ace?
further up ahead.
Yeah, there's one up there.
Yeah?
Cool.
Just watch out. There's a body above you. You wanna grab the stuff here first? Yeah, whip. A whip. A whip.
This is how I died. I wanted to tell you, but you just left this guy.
What's going on?
Oh, sorry.
Where'd my
here
crossbow
you go.
go? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go.
Hello?
Yay. Okay. There should be like another guy coming on trim, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, right there.
You hit him, I attack him from behind. He goes back up.
Oh, you died. Oh,
There's a monster behind us, by the way. Just throwing it up there. There's another one behind us. He's still
Right.
alive. I would like to throw that out there. Ow! Help! Help! He got me again! Help!
you good?
Ooh. I thought you should drop your weapon.
Yeah, you took your weapon.
See.
Where'd my weapon go?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Eh?
Where do your crossbow
I
go?
don't have weapon at all, guys.
Oh, hold on, it's me.
I don't know. It fell on the ground.
Yeah, it's me. Hold on.
Oh, let's go. I think we should leave. Hey, no. Astro, another behind you. Behind you. Let's go. There's a third one.
Run, just run.
Let's go.
Oh, go without me.
Run. Let's go. I'm leaving, but I have no weapon, man.
I get your weapon. I'm gonna drop it. Okay, dropping it. Take it.
I have it.
The car's on there. The car's on there.
Tell the cart to go back. It's time.
Yeah, go. This way. Where's Ace? Oh, yeah, we gotta go.
There's fall damage, by the way. I don't know, but we gotta go. Tell him to go back. Is he going back?
Yeah, I horned. So he's gonna turn around. I hear something.
Okay. Alright, let's start working our way back. We start. Hey, who's that?
It's me.
Is that you?
Yes.
Yeah?
Sorry.
Why you look like that, man? Okay. We gotta start
Sorry.
leaving. I like how you told her to go back, but it's still up there.
It's trying to make his turn.
Oh,
We just gotta go.
boy. Gotta go.
Watch out back, watch out back.
No, no,
Oh my
no.
god.
Something's coming behind us, something's coming behind us.
Dude, you walk funny. Just keep running, keep running.
There
Wait till
you
it gets
go,
closer,
go.
it's not worth. Okay.
Hey Leah, how you doing?
Are you ready to return?
Yeah. I'm waiting, I'm holding. What the fuck?
Fuck.
Who whacked
See, this is why he's
someone?
cringe.
We're back, we made it home safely for the first time because we did the tutorial.
Cringe as his name.
Let's see if you fulfilled your end of the agreement.
Yeah, father, did you
Yes, treasure.
fulfill?
The reason we are here.
What food did they bring?
They hunted a good amount of game.
What supplies did they bring?
Interesting.
They brought a great many things.
Not arrows, I gotta be
What do
real.
you reckon these things are worth?
An impressive haul.
What the hell? When do we even get this?
You served the Tempestad well.
So close to 2K.
I'm pleased.
Hey, we got some EXP.
Oh my god, we're rank 2! We're rank 2!
I wonder if we can buy anything. Let's go check the shop.
Shopping time!
We got 16 tokens.
We can get a torch. Ooh, there's a map, but that's 30. Do we want to save it for the map?
I can
I
buy the
guess.
map.
Oh. Oh, I just saw you buy it. It disappeared.
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh.
So what now? Do we...
Ooh.
The spice coming in?
I don't know. Ask him.
Let me DM him.
Guys,
I'll go DM him. Alright, so I DM him. I'm waiting for him to reply. Oh, are we going on the expedition?
Just to wait for.
Alright,
We
oh
can
fuck!
Wait.
There's 3 helmet, there's 3 helmet. Anybody, what weapon are you using?
A knife.
I have a crossbow.
Grab a super small sword and then the bow.
I got a sailor knife too.
I'm gonna put the stuff in the cart.
Nyam. And now I have my shiny torch to light your head and your baldiness, so you know you can compel the enemy.
I will stab you with this sword. Oh, hold on.
It's okay.
Ow.
So that, dude, if I hold right click on the sword, it's like a little truss.
Hmm? Creamy old mean. I have my magical torch. That's all I need in my life, guys.
Alright, I'm ready to go.
Remember, we are here for treasures, not riddles and mysteries.
We are here for the treasure.
Treasure hunting.
We're going hunting for the treasure. So we need to look for a book. Okay.
We gotta find the forts.
Yeah, I'm gonna climb up. So this time we shouldn't really separate too far away.
I'm behind you, Astro.
Okay. I got a frog.
Holy shit, this area is huge.
Oh.
Hey, Astro, look it. You got the medal.
I didn't grab it.
I grabbed it. Where's our wagon?
This area is huge, by the way.
Where's our
wagon.
wagon?
The wagon. Wagon will probably come soon.
Ow.
The tree stabbed you already, man. Ugh.
Okay, so there's two ways to go. That and that. I'm gonna wait for the tree. I mean the wagon.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay, so there's some firewoods here that I want to get a wagon to grab. If they fucking come
Hey, does the
faster.
game actually look dark? Because on my screen it doesn't look dark, but on my stream it looks dark. Is that really true?
Let me check. Looks okay.
I wonder why it does OBS does that.
Okay, the wagon's here.
Being ignored. Oh, Spice! Spice! Oh no! It's because we're in chat game. We can't hear Spice right now, guys.
Yeah, we turn off our thing. Oh, Spice is opening the game.
He opened it. Can we invite him when we're in or no?
No, I don't think so. So
So I'd like to inform you, there's about to be a centipede showing up pretty soon.
What do you mean?
Right there.
What happened?
I vomited.
I killed one.
I killed the other one.
Alright, I think you dropped. I think you dropped something. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, my bolt.
Alright, go this way.
I'm gonna put stuff in the
Spice,
way.
we'll bring you in it soon. Are you vomiting again?
That's not me. That was, I think, Ace?
Where are you?
I'm
Oh, you
gonna
buy the
go-
cart. Alright, we're going this way. Going this way. There's a fly on my
Spice,
screen.
can you join us through Steam or no? Cause I joined Ace through Steam before.
This cave is so. Oh, who's that? It's nice, it's nice.
Dude, why is his imposter always near us? Why?
I
Why is it always his imposter?
I saw him running towards us. I like, even if it wasn't him, I was gonna stab him either way.
Here's my torch.
Oh, thank God, I can't see shit.
I have my trusty torch. I figured this would happen. I would light the way for you, Father. Let me light the way for you.
Well, it's light here now.
Yeah. my
What the
torch
fuck
is
was
lit.
that? That body disappeared.
Ooh, very sus, very sus.
Where are we? I'm slowly taking bleed damage. Fucking Ace guy just make me bleed.
I know, dude. That's what happened to me last time.
Okay, because I hear his voice, man. This asshole.
No, what an asshole. Oh, there's a bridge we can put down over here. Ah! There's a centipede heading towards you. There's a centipede over here. It's heading towards you. it seems.
Oh,
Yeah, for some reason it's going towards you, man. I don't know why.
he's actually here. He's actually here. Oh my God, I'm slowly dying. Who the fuck dropped that?
Hey, looky. We got a deer.
Oh my God, help! Help!
Oh, but I picked up this deer.
I'm missing my arrow. Oh my
I killed
god,
one half. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? I killed one.
I shot one.
I stabbed it. They're both dead. Ooh.
Okay, where's this? Where's the thing? Where's the cart?
Pick. I don't know, but you want to carry the D?
I'll carry the deer, but you gotta watch your back. Ow!
Oh, sorry.
What the fuck you stabbed me?
screen? That's because of my screen for a second. I don't know why, but you look like a hairy old man who's corrupted. So that's why I was confused. If we go down this path, wasn't there a bridge nearby?
Yeah. I'm like 1 bar health, by the way. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't you. It was on it was on the bleed damage the ace did to me.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. The blue damage is insane.
Dude, where is this card?
I don't know, but you should.
Your voice is getting more further away. Like I hear from a
I think we're in
distance.
the Delulu land, man.
Oh, is this another thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, someone's been here. Someone's been here.
It should have been Ace then. Where's the wagon?
I need to drop the deer for a while.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Where do you go?
I'm going over this bridge stuff over here. I don't know. Just maybe if we go backwards, we'll see our wagon somewhere.
I couldn't saw her something.
Okay. Just wandering.
Okay, wait for me, kid. I'm carrying a fucking heavy load.
Oh. What'd you buy? What'd you buy?
Ah, a pistol.
Gun?
You can take it. You can take it. Take it. Take a pistol.
I don't have ammo for it though. Oh.
There's some
24
ammo
hours
back.
left. Oh.
Yeah, there's some ammo back in the card. Oh,
We
this is the
gotta go back. We
bridge.
gotta go
This
back
is the
anyway.
bridge that we were before.
Yeah. We gotta go back, man.
We got up here.
Oh, I thought
This
of
way?
another way to say.
Oh.
Sorry. What up, dude?
I'm behind you.
Oh, look at there he is. There he is, right there.
This bastard takes so long.
I know it took 10 centuries to reach us.
You should
we
grab.
got
You should grab some of the ammos in the
oh.
back.
Huh?
I
What's
hear
wrong with
Ace. I hear Ace say "fuck you."
it? Yeah.
Ace, you good?
No, I have a knife and a crossbow, so I'll be fine. We need a little more. We're almost there. We just need a little more.
We need to find a book.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't found the hideout. But we only have 4 hours.
Who said
left,
that?
so I can't guarantee.
Who's it? Hey. What happened? What happened?
Hey, it says spices in our party.
I just here.
Hit tab. Hit tab.
Oh yeah, Spice is here. What the fuck?
Oh, so he can join mid-game. We're gonna have to go back regardless. I think we have to go back. Let's just go back. Can we tell the wagon to go back or no?
No, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. Behind you, make it.
Something's coming. Oh shit, I have to reload. Fuck. Stab him. Ooh.
You
What
tend
a
to go back.
warrior, father. Oh, I think he's going back. I didn't do it.
Just follow the trails for now. I'm hoping that we
Let's
meet.
go back because last time we like.
No, not yet.
You just Spice the challenge of his life. Spice, where are you?
Get behind you. Something behind you.
Where?
Above you.
Oh, let's just go. Let's just assume
Ah,
Ace has something.
That's
Hey,
Spice.
there's something underneath here.
That's Spice. That's Spice.
Spice? Spice?
He must have died. He must have died. There's fake Ace behind you. Fake Ace behind you.
Switch to my knife.
Spice, you Spice, is that you?
Hey, are you trying to kill
You
me?
dumb fuck! You can hit that, you piece of shit. I got this is Ace. Ace fucking died. He Ace fucking died. Come on, let's go.
Watch,
Let's
I saw
go.
something underneath here. I saw something underneath.
That
Let me
was-
see if I can grab it.
That was. I thought that was. The guys were attacking Moo.
No, he died. So Spice, if you die, if you don't pick up the body, they can become evil.
Interesting.
It's
Hey,
not
guys,
here.
hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can. Oh, I can't give the body to Ace. I don't want it anymore. Well, Ace, I have to carry you, Ace. I'm sorry. We don't have enough.
Where's Kid?
I hope Kid's okay. God damn it, they left me behind. You have anything important on you, Ace? I don't want to leave you behind because like I don't want the fucking thing to come attack me. Faster. Faster. Hit. Hit. Fuck. Sorry, Ace. I had to leave your body behind, Ace. Oh, there, right there. Hey.
Ooh, where'd you get ball damage?
Are you real?
I found a totem! More money!
Alright, put it in that wagon. Where's the spice?
Oh, he was behind. Oh, dang it. More money, but not enough.
Where's the spice? Is that you?
We saw Ace's body. What?
I will shoot. Okay.
Yes, Spice. That's Spice.
It's not me. I'm gonna kill you.
Hold on. Double. Fuck. Come on. We got an extra card money.
Are you ready to return?
Yeah, we're leaving.
I don't get it. Like,
Yeah.
what's the gameplay here?
We're,
Like,
we're 2 hours, man.
Okay, so we'll tell it.
Yeah, it
We'll
looks
tell
like
it on
Ace had a lot
boat.
of money. Yeah.
We didn't
So,
find boat,
guys,
did
I'm
we?
noticing money Ace had a lot. Oh,
Let's see if you fulfilled your end of the agreement.
Hey, Ace is dead.
It is not
Yeah.
easy to measure its worth.
I do like the
What
graphics.
food did they bring?
did you turn it down and stuff, or like is it too much?
It's better than eating the rats, I suppose.
Couldn't get
What
enough fruit
supplies
this
did
time.
they bring?
They brought a great many things.
We did.
Yeah, we brought.
Like, are we
Got a lot.
like prisoners here? Like, why are we
What do you
trading
reckon these
fire?
things are worth?
They hired us, man. They hired us. We gotta
A
fulfill our
good
contract
haul,
now.
Captain.
I lend you my soldiers, my weapons. I lend you my
Okay.
boats.
We didn't reach it.
Is what I get. in
Just
return.
barely underneath. I think because Ace, it looked like Ace's on his body. He had a lot of stuff though.
Damn.
I dropped his body.
Where is Ace?
Where's Ace? Wait, he's not here. Ace?
I'm back.
Ace? Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
yeah.
Sorry.
Where are you? Are you in a cringe spot again?
Oh no. I'm back.
Hey, Spice, hey,
Sorry.
Spice, Spice.
I know. I know. I was here when I was dead.
Hands
I was
up,
dead pretty bad.
God!
How do you
Yeah, let's
punch,
beat
you
up my
piece
The
of
son.
shit?
fucking
How do
hands
you
up,
punch?
God!
How do you
Come
freaking
back here!
punch?
The
Good
hands
space.
Middle
up!
mouse,
not
middle
fair.
space.
Yeah, hands of
Yeah,
God!
middle
Hands of
Oh yeah,
God!
Oh,
that
your
is not
your
fair.
turn.
That is not freaking fair.
Hey, Al, what are you trying to do there, man?
Get over here, you freaking bald
Yeah,
guy.
hands of God!
Freaking bald guy. You bald guy.
I'm a priest. This
I
is
don't
the
care.
hands of
You're
God.
punchable. You're punchable. That's all that matters.
Come here, come here, come here. Come here, you homeless
Oh my
bum.
god.
You homeless bum?
Go.
You look homeless. You look pretty
Oh,
homeless. Oh, hold on. Pick it. Item.
Prepare yourself.
Alright,
Okay,
get
so-
weapons, get
why
weapons,
did I
everybody.
see? Why did I see Kit suddenly
I
turning
don't
into
know.
a
I don't know.
tentacle?
Sometimes you. That's because you go crazy.
You
after a
will
while.
see things that are crazy. That they will try to fuck with your head.
Yeah.
Wait, so there's a high likelihood I'm
Aw,
gonna be
there's no more
hitting
crossbow?
Yeah.
player.
Yes.
So-
So ask question first before doing something.
Spice,
Looks
Spice, come
you.
here, come here, come here. Do you want a gun or do you want a bow?
I want a gun.
Take
What's
take
the
this.
downside of using a gun?
It's noisy.
Limited ammo. Limited ammo and
damn.
noisy.
So here's this one. You
Oh,
take the
take a
bandolier.
knife, take a
Take a bandolier here. This is your ammo. And then take a knife here. This sailor knife, it will be your savior. Spice. Okay, what do you want?
I already have it. I have a gun and a knife. Since I can't have a
do you take
crossbow
do you
no
take
more.
you take ammo already?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna put this gun away. I will use the bow and arrow.
I have a torch. I will light the way for you, father. And your
Bow and
shiny
arrow.
bald ass head.
I have a gun. I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Oh my god,
Hey,
don't shoot the father.
actually, I look like the grandfather of this character. Ow! What is wrong with you?
You look like my. You look like my bullets. Oh!
Beat up your grandfather, man. Beat up your
You
grandfather.
look like my bullets. You know the bullets in my gun. I think you need some.
Alright guys, touch it, touch my head, Ah, what the fuck?
Beat up his grandfather. Beat him up. Beat him up.
Alright, let's go, we're going. Hey, Spice, get in here. We had to go. Get a tiny chalk. Motherfuckers.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna fall.
Dumbass.
All right. Lock
Right.
in, lock in. That's
Lock in,
it.
lock in.
This time we have to like make sure when we hit the 4-hour mark, we have to like we get ready to
Alright,
leave.
press
get ready.
tab to see what you need to do.
Noted.
So you have like a money
let's do
goal
this.
and below, and then you have to get a book at the quest at top.
Alright, we can split up the party into 2. I think it works.
Yeah, I'll follow Ace for now.
Oh. Ooh, Spice, that means we can wander. Come on, Spice, follow me
okay,
with the
do that.
torch.
Ace, we go this
Oh,
way.
you win. Oh my god, there's a Sarah. Shoot it.
him.
I'm not gonna use my gun because it's no way.
You know, on hindsight, maybe you should have been like, I follow Kit, you get Spice, but they have the guns. That's my fault.
It's okay.
Ah, there's something here.
As long as we make sure that we live. Oh. Don't get too close to that. Don't get that's a fake. It's a fake.
What, the mushroom?
The idol.
Oh, is it because it's red?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Some chest
Oh,
here.
there's another hiding hole. There's a Makwi fruit. I'm gonna grab it.
Ah, I'm full of item. I need a card. You good, Ace?
Hold on.
You got your things?
No, there was just fruit there. Up there looks like there's something.
Up there?
Yeah.
Right, need a way. Yeah, I can't carry anything anymore.
I got an idol.
Ah, nice. Oh. Did you go but down here now?
You know what we can do? We can fake as like a fake, and we can scare him.
Always they have guns.
True.
They're fucking trigger
Get our head
happy.
blown off. Yeah. True.
You see like they enemy up ahead. Oh, double.
Wait.
Wait, what is,
Two.
Oh shit.
what is this?
Headshot.
Looking statue?
Oh, it's a fake.
The guy got an axe on him, so kill him and grab the axe. See if you can grab the axe from his body.
Need to drop the fruit. I got the axe. Oh, there's a Tulu coin here. Tulu metal coin here.
I can grab it if I drop this.
Take this.
Yeah. What was that? That was like right on my ear. They're above us.
Yeah. We should keep going here. They should meet
Yeah.
us if we keep going. Oh, arrow here. Arrow.
Oh, okay. Nice. So you're gonna be the melee, is it?
Yeah. For now.
This is like. Oh, I see enemy up ahead.
If you stagger him, I can just hit him with my thing.
Hey, I see like shit on you. There's like there's tentacles
shit?
all over you.
I don't know what that means. Also behind us. Behind you. Actually.
I hit him back. He can just. Oh, he was carrying an oil lamp.
Bandolier.
Nice.
Oh, Kit and we should leave it here for Kit and Spice to find.
Should we just take it? Behind us. Hit. Fucking fake ass kid.
Even if that wasn't an imposter, I would have still killed.
Did they didn't die, did they?
No way. They had guns. I trust Spice and Kiria to be able to survive.
Somebody next to us.
Yeah. I don't see it though. Let's go back up and see if they're okay or not.
I hear their voices. Hello?
There it is.
Hello?
What?
Hurry!
It's
Get the second one! Get the second one! Get the
Oh,
second
the cargo's
one!
above us. The cargo's above us.
I'm reloading.
We'll go that way.
Oh, that hurts, man. Let's go.
Sorry,
Let's go down.
the branch was in the way.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
So we found some
I don't
ammo.
have axe. I'm also low health.
We found some ammo back there.
Give me ammo.
No, not with me. It's back there.
Ammo.
We don't have enough space.
Hit follow me.
What happened? Okay.
Oh no.
Health, though.
Oh, fine. Keep going
I
this
already-
way. Follow Kit.
Oh, it's coming towards us.
Like it.
Ah! The animation takes forever. What the hell?
It does.
Ayo.
That's why I don't like using the gun all the time.
Where's the ammo? Where did you find ammo?
Further ahead.
Yeah.
Guys, where you go? I think you went the wrong way, guys. Next time, I guess. Hello? I can't hear shit. Because I'm on my own.
I'm still fine. I'm just clearing out the way for the
Oh, hey, is that you?
truck to pass by. Yeah, it's me.
I'm right here. I'm next to the cart. I'm next to the chest. Oh, what the fuck?
What are you looking at?
A deer.
Oh,
Fuck me.
oh, wait. Stand still. Shit.
Oh my god, I
Nice.
just scared.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing red.
Yeah, there's like a red area, I think. We gotta watch together. Where did
Uh,
Kiria and Spice go? I thought
they
went
they
this
went up ahead. I told them wrong way and they didn't listen.
Oh damn, idle down there.
Yeah, I want to see if I can get down.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Careful,
found a
though.
way. I found a way. I found a way.
Wait, Astro, I need your help. Astro.
I'm up here.
Oh, he missed. He missed.
I miss.
Oh fuck.
I'm down here. Come here.
It's okay. I got it. Don't worry. I just didn't want to get grappled.
I'm coming back to you. I hear Spice and Kid just now.
Let's go.
What the fuck was that? It sounded like something's about to explode.
How do you reduce that?
Guys,
Oh,
over
no.
here.
It's crouching help.
You
But
guys
I'm not
went the
sure.
wrong way, by the way. I
I'm
thought the ammo's
insane.
here. I'm dropping the ammo.
Oh no. No. We went there because we found stuff. That's why.
Ammo's all over the floor. Just grab
Take
it.
the other
Take
one.
it. Take it. No, I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun.
Truck's back a bit. I follow you to cover you. Ready. Truck's there. Enemy's coming though.
Wait. Let it come to us.
Have a gun.
Astro, I'm close to dying.
Do you have any food? Did you eat food to get your health back?
One more, but I didn't want to take it.
Just take
Grab
it.
mushroom of the world.
I did,
of
but
the
it like,
land.
no, I'm still dying.
We just need to get out of here as fast as we can. Eat food. Eat any of the mushroom.
Yeah, we have 4 hours left, guys.
Kid. I got something for you, kid. Kid. Back here.
Yeah.
Take it. Take this.
Oh, yay! Behind you!
What?
Oh, the Lulu.
What?
I don't know. I think it's because I'm delusional right now and low health. I'm starting to get more delulu.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. We need to get out this
Should we back
section.
off or should we push?
No, we need to push
We have
forward
to
to get.
push.
Yeah,
We have to.
we don't have enough money.
Yeah, we don't have enough money. We want to make that quota. It helps us so much of a deal. But as soon as we got enough, run for it, Spice. Just follow the white line back to the boat. Just run for it. Abandon all men. Oh, abandon us, man.
Will there be a panel? Oh, there's a chest. Need that, right?
Ace, you're alive?
I full of health.
I'm going insane as well, kid. I might just shoot you in the head.
No, it's okay. It's not.
Oh, Ace is here.
Is he dead?
No. He was here. There's some dead bodies here.
It's dark. I can't see. There's a cave here. I don't see the.
I am
see
going
anything.
crazy. Ace here. I got a book. I found a book, but I need a card. That's my character. I'm not doing good. Guys, you here? Guys,
Coming.
I got a book.
Coming.
I don't know where the card.
Cool. You got the book?
Yeah, but I don't know where the card is.
It's behind us. It's behind us.
Yeah. Okay, let it come here then.
Oh my god, everything is red.
Jesus. We gotta wait for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know where Ace
Is
is.
there any more stuff over here?
I found like a gun on this.
You think he died?
I haven't checked the cave in there yet.
Ooh, another chest. Hey guys, there's a bandage.
Yeah, there's
you
a
guys can have it. I'm full health. Or like,
I'm fine.
good.
I'm good.
Oh, and put it in the cart then. We gotta put it in the cart when we get there.
Where is the cart? Why is it taking so
What are we
fucking
supposed to do
slow?
with the book?
I'm supposed to put it in the cart.
It's supposed to be for a quest. It's just a quest thing.
Alright. Oh, is that Ace?
Does it give money
Is that
or-
Ace?
We
Is
might have
that
to take it
Ace?
back with us, Astro.
There's not Ace. There's not Ace.
Are you?
Back up. Back up.
Turing time.
There's a centipede.
Centipede. Behind you.
Ace died. Okay, we're gone. Hello? Anybody next to me? Anybody here? Hello? Kid? Spice? Anyone? Hello? Oh, fuck me. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. Fuck me. Hello? Hello, anyone here? Oh, this is the start. My back's back. Oh, my game crashed. What? 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 I didn't know that's my game crash. Okay, I'm gonna go and turn it back on. Blah 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 blah. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. 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 Let me see what happened. I wonder if they're still alive.
I was trying to go back, but multiple
What the fuck?
whatever the zombies are attacking.
I'm perma stuck.
Hello?
I
Hello?
cannot do anything on the
Oh
game.
god. Oh, I think yeah. Go to Discord, guys. Go back to Discord.
Close the
Hello?
game.
Hello?
I closed the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
So my game crashed at a set at when after like we got taken out, right?
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
so I ran back and like I saw the exit. I was like I was waiting there. I was gonna go
Mhm.
fight back. but then my game crashed, and then I opened a second time, and then when I tried to rejoin, it crashed again.
Yeah. Aw, is it perma crashing then?
I guess
It
so.
is the demo. I would be
So-
surprised if it was perfect.
Wanna do something else?
Yeah.
The demo game that you
Uh,
told me.
I
Already
do you-
downloaded it.
Honestly, the
Uh,
game gave me a headache for some reason. I don't know.
Oh, did you
why.
turn off? Did you forget to turn off motion blur?
Just
I
don't turn on
tried
motion
looking
blur.
for it. I didn't.
No,
see
it is
anywhere.
there. It's there.
Oh, dang. We should have went with that first. I didn't
Hello,
realize you
Sleepy
never found
Kitty.
it.
Have
Oh,
a
Uh,
headache.
So there's a game I want to try as
Okay.
well. The next one.
did you want to just stop then, Spice? Are you gonna stop then?
Do you want to
Yeah.
stop here?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
So the next
Okay.
game is called Inferno Protocols, a demo as well. The one I sent in this VC chat here. It's essentially like a maze runner where we get in, try to survive, and try to get stuff out.
Noted.
Survival, guys.
Yeah,
It's
so
pretty-
I wanted to try this one because it sounds interesting.
Okay.
Where did you get this
Let's
game?
see.
With TikTok. So usually my TikTok, I usually get like whenever daily I would get like stuff video like, oh hey, this is game
My cat won't
recommendation.
open.
Mhm.
We can
Maybe
be like
like-
that movie, the Maze Runner.
Bitch, I just said this is like the smack the shit out of you. While waiting, I'm gonna go lock the gate first and lock my door. Lock the house door first. I'll be back.
You don't want me to get into your house? Damn. There's also in-game VC, but maybe we don't use it.
Weird. Kind of feels like it's a cheat if we're gonna use Discord VC.
No, then like, I mean, I'm on down for anything really.
Because like we can communicate anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So hi, welcome back.
What the fuck is there a fucking tutorial already?
My ears! Ow!
Yeah, it's a tutorial right now.
My ears!
I need to check my graphic and everything.
The game is very light.
Hey, I'm just gonna. Should I put ultra?
Up to you. I'll put mine on high.
Yeah, just put high for now. Okay. Gameplay. Turn off motion blur. Turn off camera shake. FOV. I'm gonna increase the FOV. Control.
There's one follower for Inferno Protocol. How much you're willing to bet that's the dev following?
Probably.
Oh my god, that is very fast paced.
Are you in game or Spice?
Yeah.
Primary use,
Yeah,
secondary
I
use.
fed my
quick
cats and I got
transfer,
myself a bowl of cereal.
G,
Yum.
Pro, reload,
Boom.
notepad, shift, control, okay,
Mm,
whistle,
mm.
right, blah, 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 blah.
Oh my god.
What?
Y'all look
What?
like Astral.
Bye.
Check your character.
My character? How do I check my character?
Motion blur off, cause crazy, what I want.
Oh my god, I'm screaming.
Are we, this is a tutorial? Ah, ball!
Are we using in-game mic or no?
We're doing the tutorial first.
Oh, they're shooting. There's no ADS.
Use
It's so loud.
injector.
Mm. Oh my god, we look like Astral!
I can breathe. to break the boss's pallets. Interesting.
Zombie heard me.
Did you guys scream as well?
Yeah, they asked you to scream.
Okay, how do you scream again?
Jay.
Jay.
Ah, my ears.
Our reloading is like one by
Oh,
one.
that's full damage.
Where's injector? Tab.
The loud music is so loud back then. We're gonna have to lower the audio again. Fucking hell, it's so fucking loud.
I know, right?
Like, why you need to be so loud?
Oh, I forgot to change my game category.
I changed mine already.
It's never too late.
No.
It's too late to apologize.
Oh, machete, I need that.
Well, good morning, Sleepy Kitty. Oh.
You can drop items, burn.
Oh. I
The
put myself on fire,
visuals
guys.
is not bad. You do like being on fire.
I'm confused. What am I doing next?
Wait, like, are we being forced to do a tutorial?
Yeah.
I think so. I got a crowbar.
I don't know how to get out of here yet.
Same. Until
Just pick
going to the
pick up the injector. Where the fuck is the injector?
it should be at the floor near the starting area. Somewhere on the floor.
Oh.
You can disable the motion.
Oh, it's like a horror game.
Is it a horror game?
I mean,
Sorta,
yeah.
but
Take my
the,
machete. Take my machete, bitch.
the jump scares are a little bit funny looking, actually.
The enemy models are pretty simple.
Yeah, very simple. I mean, demo.
Yeah, it's a demo. You just gotta remember it's a demo.
Mm. Mm. I had my gun.
Do you guys pick up the materials?
I just what the fuck is that?
You don't have that much space. Pretty
Yeah.
large.
There's this fucking explosion zombie too. Fucking hell.
Water and axe.
There's a zombie with Spice's clothing.
Nice.
Most of the zombies are naked.
Oh, I saw one with big yellow rain boots.
Hi, bunny, stinky ass. Well, what do you mean? What the fuck was that?
Hello.
Find a safe place. From what?
Oh damn, the weapon has durability.
What the fuck was that?
Oh my god, there's fall damage.
Oh yeah, I think he said that already.
Well, good to know that you guys don't like listening to each other.
All right. You know.
Oh,
I got mace. I got mace.
oh, I just saw someone get,
Oh,
I just saw someone get kidnapped in front of me.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
I did
I
that
got
also.
hungry.
Yeah, Maze, what the fuck?
I see you, motherfucker. I see you. Where you at? Gonna beat the shit out of you.
Oh, what looked like a mine was not a mine. It's a teleporter.
I don't have a shovel.
You know the
What
red
is
looking
that?
things on the floor?
What that fucking fire zombie?
Yeah. I don't know.
A red looking thing on the floor?
That bright red. That's not a mine. That's a teleporter.
Where the fuck is
This
that
thing?
teleporter?
I'm just jumping on it.
What the hell is
Oh.
that? Why do I keep getting a flash of like a white eyeball shit or whatnot?
Oh,
How do you? Oh, there it is. Never mind.
that's weird, man. Oh my god, I'm about to be experimented on? What's going on?
Where are you?
I wonder too, man.
I got lost. As always. Oh, wrong way.
I'm in a capsule-like thing.
I'm still lost.
I think this is more like a survival game, not like
Yeah,
a
'cause
shooter.
we're picking up materials.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at
Fucking-
it's your kind of favorite kind of game.
Well, yeah, but this is still restricting. I
Yeah.
cannot keep track of where I'm going.
There is a maze.
I already teleported and now I'm stuck in a capsule.
But you already I teleported, I just got TP back to somewhere else.
I got teleported to a monster straight away, guys. He stabbed me in the butthole.
What the fuck?
Fire.
Oh no! I'm in an arena-like looking area.
Fight back, fight back.
Oh shit! All lights turned on, guys!
Why
What
is-
spear? Where is my spear, guys? Ooh, spear. I'm naked! Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm actually butt-ass naked, guys.
It's naked. Oh my god.
Why are you naked? Goddamn, put some clothes on, man.
How can I? I don't know.
Disable your stream. You're gonna get banned.
Your thought to be belongs to those pages. Take
I am so lost. This game is so bad for my direction.
Kind of lost as well.
I can't tell if I'm running in circle or not, you know?
I went to a teleporter. I have no idea where I am.
I think I teleported where I needed to go forward. But, you guys... Intelligent low. Hey!
I just fucking TP back to. Oh my god.
It called me stupid, guys!
Game code is stupid. Oh my god.
Fuck, this game called me stupid.
Like I have already been here, motherfucker.
I'm going through an endless tunnel currently, butt naked, guys. I need help.
Deja vu. Oh my god, that chest is gonna blow up.
I finished the tutorial, guys. What
Yeah,
are
you're always
you?
being dragged. They're not wrong.
How?
Calling
You
stupid.
finished?
How the fuck you finish?
Ow.
I'm walking in circle. What the fuck?
I'm not
Hold
even
on,
sure
let me
where I
see
got teleported.
I got teleported to where I need to be. You guys are not getting teleported to the right spot, I think. Let me see your POV, Astral.
Where the fuck am I now?
Yeah, where the fuck did you go?
Ow.
So you know how you go through that tunnel and you see the guy get eaten by Ace? I went to the right side immediately. And I saw the teleporting pad that Ace talked about. Jumped on it. Bam.
On the right. Oh my god.
Yeah, did you guys go the other way? Did you go left instead?
I went left.
Oh, I went right. That's why.
Yeah, let me look around.
Damn.
Wow, you guys all went left.
Yeah, we need to the left, to the left.
So I'm left-handed, so I'll choose left side already, always.
Oh, I'm left-handed too, but I go right.
That was sudden.
Did you get there, Ace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Green skin injector.
Really? So I need to eat as
Hot
well.
knife, compass, green spray, water. Oh.
Imagine that's the entirety of the demo. No multiplayer.
No, please.
Oh, it's a start game. And then
Yeah,
multiplayer.
we could go back to
I finished
the bicycle game.
I mean, if you just
You're
play
right.
again. Did you want to play again?
Hallucinating.
Vice will be the
I'm-
command center.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh god.
I'm so confused.
I'm watching you be confused. Kind of weird.
It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. I've been here. I can tell I've been. There's DP here.
Now that's just rude, Bunny.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, dang.
Oh.
I don't know what's happening. Oh my god.
Nom. You know, I like how in Astro stream we're all in different corners. Only Ace is like under Astro's watchful eye or something.
Found a door.
I'll be killing things. Not gonna lie.
It's probably. I think it's because you're cringe.
Wait, so this is the one we say go right, right?
Follow the green arrows. Oh yeah, there you go. You're finally going in. Yeah, you're
I'm
finally
being
going in. Right
chased. I'm being chased.
now. There's nothing there. There's one zombie ahead. You'll be fine.
You
And then
dumb.
look for that teleport. See that foot teleporting past?
Hey, I got killed.
Wow.
Something stabbed me from the bag.
Oh no, not Bubbles.
Okay, so I didn't do the thing that you did, kid.
God.
I got stabbed in the bag.
Oh, I think you just need to die then, huh?
What do you mean continue?
Continue, yeah.
I bubble. So yeah, there's two bunnies.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunny, Kuro bunny, and then there's Bubble bunny.
Mhm.
They just press escape and then he just go back.
Oh my god, so you're supposed to die.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
Bubble. Dumb fucking ass game. Like, what the hell? Get the
Fire.
shit out of me. Get the shit out of me. I was like 1v1 a zombie and it's suddenly like, "Wah!"
Kind of reminds me of Half-Life.
Hmm.
What? Which part?
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
Mm. Oh shit. Thank God I didn't open that.
But what am I? Oh, I'm naked now. Okay, so this is the arena thing you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The game.
Bitch, make me draw a circle. Intelligent level. Okay, you fucking piece of shit.
The game
I said
is
no
telling you
dying.
you're
Did you get my
drunk.
message about no dying?
Oh, Rose is on the bottom.
Oh, did you put your rules already?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm naked.
Did you put an announcement in your Discord? Is that it?
Oh, I did not put an announcement because I put it on the tag list.
Okay, I finished the
Read your
prologue.
Discord, man. I'm pretty sure most people read your Discord.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, anybody wants to host?
I'll host.
Fucking bastards. Let's get
I know,
shit
they
on.
stripped us naked and everything, man.
You were having like a great weapon and all. I'm just saying, we could have won.
I had my fist, and that's
We're not
all
done.
I
We're
need.
not done.
I had my injection. I need a little more, though.
I'm in the game, right? Okay, I see myself.
Yeah,
I got no idea where I am.
Oh, are you naked in an arena now?
No, I'm in the main menu.
Oh, just join us then.
Yeah, just take the invitation. Hey, see?
There we are.
What the
Ugh.
fuck is that?
Ugh.
It's like a hand, but
A scorpion hand?
Dude, it came out of the waters. It didn't.
oh my god, you're naked.
Oh
We're
my God,
naked. We're naked. We're naked.
We're naked. Oh my god, we're naked. I see Asher's butt.
Why are you looking at my
I
butt?
had water. Hey.
I got the bottle.
I got the green spray paint.
depression.
Oh my
I got a
god.
pill.
Give her my pills.
I think we can just
Pills.
I think we can just turn off the push to talk for the mic, the VC chat.
Oh, I completely turned it off.
Oh, I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah. Just put
Definitely-
just put
Hey
hold
there,
talk.
gorgeous. Fuck you.
Let me.
Why did they send us up here naked? What the fuck?
It definitely looks like a survival game.
Oh my
Hey, who are
God,
these
we're all-
people, huh? Who are these people? You give me here. Was this the guy from the Maze Runner? The guy who tried to make the place a safe zone?
Maybe.
Wait, I just realized why in the tutorial video that they give us on the left looks more high quality.
Hey, I got a hammer.
Oh, now that you mention it.
Oh, they're making me build shit, guys.
You can build structures or craft furniture with the build hammer. Yeah, it is our survival game.
Remember this
What's
for
that
you.
sound? Oh. So if we talk to all of them, they'll all give us something?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I got a backpack.
We
Hello,
need
hello.
Wood. How do we get wood?
You get an axe and start slapping away, man.
Where do you get the axe?
Someone's bound to give it to us. It sounds
Is it?
ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The first guy you talk to gives you an axe.
Where's the guy you talk to? He gave me. Oh, this guy.
That's how I got. Otherwise, I don't know how else I got this, man.
He gave me a stone pickaxe and an axe.
Some of these guys don't have eyebrows.
And they say we're the same. Liars. Why are we naked? Why can't they provide us clothes at the first start? Like, hello?
Oh my god, there's even that.
There's gonna be a sound of forest now.
I guess so, but like,
I have a walkie-talkie.
I have never played that game.
Neither have I.
I can still on push. I can still hear in game as well.
What?
Oh, you didn't change it to push and talk?
They disabled it. Can you hear her?
No. How you cut down trees is weird.
I'm just
Just saying.
chopping trees, honestly.
Yeah, game.
I have logs, guys.
We're gonna build. Should we build a house together or what?
I guess so.
It's fine. Astro, find the land you want to build on.
What the fuck is naked next to me? Spice.
Yeah, that's me.
Ow!
Oh, he did it.
You fucking bastard.
I didn't know there's a friendly fire.
The hardest tea to
Stop
swallow.
You hit me! You hit me twice, you bastard!
Chopping.
For me, this is just because it's me. I always found matcha hard for me to swallow.
Weird.
But I don't know, I might be different from you guys. For me, that's hard to swallow, guys. Oh, I'm not sure.
It's a lot of wood.
Like, I drink a lot of milk tea, but I don't really drink that enough, like, just plain old tea, guys. Sometimes I do. I drink more oolong now.
Yeah.
What up? What up, naked guy?
What is?
Whoa. Hey, you can get a backpack from the guy in that house over there.
Where?
Go straight down.
Chop.
Go inside, talk to him, he gave you a backpack.
Oh my
and if
God,
get
you
equipped on
me.
it, then you should be able to equip it.
Nice
Oh
hat.
my
Mine
God.
is...
Wow.
Mine is really easy.
Wow.
Because you may said it, I approve.
I don't know if you should.
I approve.
Yeah, mine is.
I approve, you
it-
know?
Yeah.
What the fuck, kid? You shouldn't be laughing at random stuff, I'm just saying.
Like it's very easy to make Kit laugh. You know.
I tell you, it's easy. I found Sarah! I found Sarah!
Oh.
Ball damage, guys, is real. Where are you guys? How come we can't find clothes things? Do we have to craft it or something?
I killed Sarah! I killed Sarah!
Nice.
What is this weird ass little pavilion?
Did someone create that?
I guess it was just there. I see someone chop a tree. The chopping tree process is a little weird.
I think they're trying to make it like Son of Forest.
In it, does that mean
Oh,
Someone writing a gay? Someone's becoming Hog Rider?
What's up?
Ow! You hit me! Hey, I vote we kill that ace program guy. I vote we kill him. He hurt me.
Oh,
he
it's
hurt
a
me.
fucking Hog Rider out there.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes, the ocean is your soup now, you may. Now you must eat it.
Oh, wow.
But if you want to poison test it, just shove it down Spice's throat first.
What? Why am I being involved in the process? Oh.
We need spice in the process, you know?
No.
Oh,
These are my
crap!
logs. Hey, these are my logs. My logs.
Wow.
No.
Someone's having fun.
Does anybody know where we get metal scrap?
That is a question, honestly.
So we can only make meat clothing, guys.
How can we build a house when we can't have metal?
I wonder the same thing too. Okay, what is wrong with... So it is considered as seafood boiled, no?
I think you need a pickaxe and then try smashing the stones.
Oh yeah, for sure. You should have one. No, you may. Something is wrong with the world, not you.
Where are we
Let's go
making
with
the
that.
house?
Yeah,
that's
Astro,
a
where are we
fact.
making it, man?
I don't know, you tell me. I'm
You're
naked.
supposed to just...
Nothing
Oh,
like
look at
stabbing
Sparrow's
Sarah
gonna
in the ass.
Sarah opening the other gate. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they tell me they were playing it today.
It was fine until the crashing happened, honestly. If I can't take a nap, but the nap take me instead, am I getting kidnapped? Yes, 100%. You are kidnapped. Girly Pop, where are you? Where are you, Yubei? Stay safe! Don't talk to strangers. They're dangerous.
Who's
Especially
in
one.
front of me, huh?
Especially
Who's
one
that?
named Ace Program. That one's very dangerous. Don't trust it. Where are you guys anyway?
I am
Everywhere,
crafting
nowhere.
a pickaxe.
Don't
Oh,
they
it's
give you a
fine.
free one?
They give you a free one, Spice.
Yeah, they
Yeah, I
give you a
broke
free
it.
one. He
How?
destroyed his... That's crazy, Spice.
You only take one use and then it broke.
Dang, I still have mine after a couple.
Yeah, mine is still pretty good. If like a couple
Do you,
hit.
do you like max strength it when you use it?
No, like I just spammed one stone slab and then it went down.
That's crazy. Dang, spice is too strong.
Yeah, I'm strong, guys.
Let's see. With the fine. They give us a walkie-talkie, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not using the in-game thing, so there's no point of walkie-talkie.
I know.
We're
Right? What do
just
I have a home.
You have a home.
Yep.
Whatever, dude. They still give us free housing over here.
Wow, wow.
My assignment made me think everything that impossible. That's what assignments are meant to do.
Wait a minute, I didn't exactly destroy. Oh, I dropped it.
Who's this fucking naked guy?
How do I get metal scraps?
I think we have to explore and find or something, no?
How do we make fire?
I'm looking at as well.
Make a campfire, but I don't know how you get sticks.
How do you make campfire?
You need 4 wooden sticks and 4 stones.
I can make it. So to make sticks, press tab, and then you should see below your genetic. It should show you the what you call the other crafting thing. You can just craft like in Minecraft, whatever.
Noted.
In a genetic thingy?
Below the genetic. Below the genetic.
Oh, just like in like a this thingy. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay.
Hello, bunny.
Oh, I'm eating all this food. If anything, I think it's like more like Sound of the Forest.
It is. Yeah, the building definitely reminds me of Sons of the Forest.
Ah, not being to eat it. How do
I see Ace's hog.
you put the food
Whoa.
down? How do you place it? Oh, you just press G. Is that it? You gotta throw the food literally right at it.
I made a toilet. Why am I able to make a toilet? What the fuck?
Cause you stink.
Yeah, you a stinky boy.
I'm just waiting for you to
Y'all
cook.
are stinky. Y'all came from where I came from.
Nuh-uh.
Y'all equally stanky. The render distance is absolutely horrible.
I
I don't know where you guys
fire.
are.
I'm on fire. How the fuck do you cook? Like,
Cooking yourself.
like, do I throw it down? I can't place it. That's not how you do it.
How to make stuff is so confusing. What the fuck is this? Is it? Oh, back. I'm back. Oh!
Like, I can't tell if you can cook, if it's cooked or not.
Ace is on fire, though.
Yeah, Ace is hot, goddamn.
It's like,
I just come over here and I see Ace on fire.
I do not know if it's cooked.
You need a
There's
meat
two.
holder, no?
A meat holder, is that what it's called? Are you seriously? Is that what we need?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Why is
Fucking
there no
stupid.
stairs? Oh my god.
Eh?
Only 2 sticks? Who does it like this?
This is so inefficient. What the fuck? Why the nips like that? Nips? How the nips? Let me see the nips. Hold on, the kid don't move. Teabag.
Hey guys, what's going on?
I have no idea, honestly.
Dude, his food is fucking taking so long to cook. Yeah, I don't know if this game's worth it.
Right now?
No.
No.
Rip spies,
switch
why
again?
me?
Yep, spice indeed.
I cook faster than these meat.
Apparently so. Apparently you do. What the fuck?
I don't like the building, guys. The building sucks.
Okay, we can switch games. Switch. Yeah.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye
I'm leaving this game.
bye.
This game is not. I thought it would be kind of cool, but it's not.
It looks cool, but not.
The
It's not.
the
It's
the
not. They don't
con
have
the,
enough.
the concept idea is cool, but it's
Just not enough work on
it's
it yet.
yeah. Yeah, so you guys want to go be delivery guys again?
Yeah, the Spice should definitely do some dodgy deliveries, you know?
Yeah, it's called Dodgy Deliveries. Spice. It's free to play.
It's also mostly positive, so it's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah,
It
no,
really is.
Spice.
It's hilarious. It's really hilarious.
It's a really stupid fucking game.
Yeah, especially when we try to sacrifice Ace.
So it's gonna be comment center.
Yeah.
All right, let's let's do no. Up to you guys. Actually, you guys pick. I'm okay with anything.
I guess we take turn. I'll go first.
I just think it's funny when Ace does it because he sounds so
Oh.
confuzzled the entire time.
Hello,
It's
Nairoma.
I'm summoned by sacrifice. Interesting. You summon people by sacrifice?
Oh yeah, I have a lore. I have lore now.
You got. I made mine as well. Because Ren was
get
asking
lore
for
finally?
Ren was asking for it.
Yeah.
Ah.
By the way, don't use the in-game voice, Spice. The in-game voice is kind of janky.
No, I didn't know it.
Yeah. We're just gonna talk here. Are we waiting for that guy to host again?
Yeah.
Hold
you
your
disable
horses.
the microphone?
Oh, just
How
wait
did-
till we get into game. Just wait till it's weird, but just wait till we get in the game.
Damn.
I know, that's what I thought too. Da, 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 da.
I have no idea how to play the game.
Oh, don't worry, it's not hard.
I see someone using a bicycle.
You start off.
Oh,
start off
shit.
School.
You use
I guess-
real money to buy skins.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
What?
I know, right?
Don't forget to mute yourself.
How come Spice is in a suit already, guys?
Because
Where the
I'm
f-
fancy like that.
So I guess that's
What the
that's our that's our operator, I guess.
Oh, hey, operator.
How
Hi,
do I join
operator.
in? I'm
You are-
stuck
you
in
are
the
here.
air.
Oh, you're here. What?
I'm in the air.
Oh
What's happening? What?
my god, is he getting bugged out?
How? I'm confused.
Mm.
Oh, I want to sacrifice someone. No,
You're talking in game.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah.
Fuck.
see.
But I'm not sure if I'm in game.
You are.
On our end, it says you are.
I'm in the air though.
No, don't
Give
worry
me a
about
second. We're loading again. Sacrifice me.
it. So eight
No,
is
you-
eight is there. Oh, I don't see Spice.
Yeah, I'm in the air.
Still in the air?
Should we reset?
We might have to reset. Oh.
Yeah, let's reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. I need my Yume. She can't be sacrificed.
Okay, I'm in the game again. Is Spice here now?
I will give
Okay,
everyone
now I'm in a
a
bike.
card.
Yep.
Ace is on the ground. Look at him.
What the heck? Why is everything red?
I don't know.
Spice, go press your audio, Spice, and then mute yourself.
Mute.
Yeah, Skid, you too.
Oh,
Bye bye now.
Yeah, everybody's mute.
Where's my back? Give me my back. Give me my back. You thief.
I know
Ah.
he's a thief.
Your bike.
Aw, you don't want his
Oh.
purple bike?
Okay, now I have the. Why do I have the yellow
Doom.
bike? Why not?
Doom, doom,
Why
doom,
is it
doom, doom,
everything I
doom,
hold
doom,
turns into
doom,
pink?
doom, 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 doom,
I don't know.
doom.
I think it just does like that.
I'm sad.
It's okay to be sad.
Blame Ace. It's his fault.
La, 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 la.
It's Moe's fault. It's always Moe's fault.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Grandpa, not me. Arbitrary Grandpa.
Arbitrary moo I don't know.
Arbitrary Lolo.
Alright, so okay, so which okay, Ace is still there. Okay, Ace, you gotta give the info.
All right.
Yeah. I hit someone. Oh, I'm gonna hit a human.
All right, Astral, the catch out.
Okay, I got it.
Wait, how do
Da,
I?
da, da.
What do we do? Then?
We have to
He has to pick up orders.
we pick up orders, we deliver them to certain air homes. You have to wait for Ace to get more stuff.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Twice. I'll let you know when to go. Where to go.
What should I just move around?
Yeah, just drive around. Alright, Ace, I pick it up. Where am I going?
Oh, hold on. It's
Oh
updating
my
the
God.
system.
I was assaulted, guys.
I just saw that.
Get the human.
I'm
All
waiting on
right,
kid.
Astral, keep going where you're going,
Yeah,
and then turn right. The house should be on your left.
I guessed it.
All right, Spice, keep going where you're going,
Mm,
and then
I'm gonna reach the end though. What's next?
turn right. There should be a shop that looks like a fish icon. That's your
Shop.
order.
Yeah, look at the
Shop.
look at
Drive.
like the glass window or something. Should be the icons
Pet
there.
shop.
Yeah. All right,
Okay, where
kid.
am I? Where am I going?
Oh, turn right, Astral.
Okay, got the order.
All right. Move first, and I'll let you know. Turn right, Astral.
Just start wandering, you know?
Turn left, and then it should be on your right. Looks like a sausage.
Yeah, yep, salami. Okay, got it.
All right. Spice, turn left.
Turn left. Why am I doing a wheelie?
It should be.
Uh,
Oh, wait, turn back, Astral. It should be.
That's what I'm saying, Spice. That's
It
what
should
I'm
be to
saying.
your turn right, and then it should be on your left. Also,
Okay,
Spice,
okay,
turn
see.
left.
Turn left.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's hard to. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think there needs to be. There should be multiple operators.
It would be. It's okay. Spice, keep going, and then turn right here. Kid, Astral. Okay, kids over here. Okay. Okay, you take the order actually.
Okay, I'm in an intersection.
Keep going forward. Astral, keep going where you're going. Never mind. Turn right.
I'm in an
I'm just
intersection again.
driving. You tell me
Okay.
what.
It should be on your left, Spice. It should be on your left. Stop there, Astral. It should be on your left. You should see like a green thing on one of the houses to your right now.
I didn't pick up anything.
Oh, Spice. Sorry.
I pick up chocolate.
What do I do? What do I do?
There should be like a house right behind you.
Yeah, okay,
Chocolate
I
is
think.
order 4.
Thank you. Kid,
Kid, can you navigate me, kid?
turn right,
Yeah.
Astral.
Oh, turn right. Okay. Okay, hold on.
All right, Spice, you got it.
Alright,
it?
kid, you navigate me,
Okay.
kid.
Nice. Keep going, Astral.
Oh, no, Astro. Yeah. You really have to keep going. It's nearby us.
All right, Spice, keep
God,
going.
it's
Where you're
already
going.
evening. What the heck?
It goes fast.
I'm keep going. Left,
Astral, turn
right.
right, and then
And then
Spice,
intersection.
turn left. Astral, it should be right behind you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I'm
there it is.
in front of the
Uh,
hospital.
Keep going forward.
Move forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kid, anything else, kid?
All
Me
right.
forward
Get the
or
beer,
Astro
man. Get
forward?
the beer.
Okay.
Where
I
you're
know where it
facing.
is.
Where you're facing.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Turn right,
I'll drive
Spice.
there.
Turn left, Spice.
Turn left.
Hi,
There
guys.
should be a pizza shrimp shop right nearby where you are.
Yeah, I see it.
Mm.
You're
All right, Astral.
grabbing the beer.
All right, Spice. I want you
Turn.
to keep going where you're going. Keep going forward.
Da, da, da,
How
I
many
got a beer.
intersections?
I got a beer.
Turn left here.
Eating tacos.
Hi, kid. Where am I going?
Now keep going until the end of the
Turn,
road.
turn
I'm
right.
being, I'm being hit by a car.
Oh, rip Astral.
Okay, where am I going?
Rip. Is it your left? Turn left. You should see Spice. If you see Spice, go past him.
Ash is flying.
Hey, Slice. Where
All
am I
right,
I'm in the end.
Spice. It should be right in front of you. The house
Alright,
should
just
be
go
right in
straight
front
down,
of you.
Astral. Astral, go
Alright.
straight down. Your house should be all the way down there.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
All right.
All right,
It's getting nighttime,
Spice. Do a 180.
180.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's dark.
All right, there should be like a kiwi shop.
guys. Okay. Get anything else?
It's a
Right.
bag.
Alright.
You can take any. There's 3 of it there.
Alright, go pick up the banana chocolate donuts.
Banana
No,
chocolate's all the way to the end, right?
I got the
Where-
kiwi.
Okay, kiwi. Okay, number 7. Keep going where you're going.
Yeah, you gotta go all the way straight down.
One intersection or
Astral.
how many?
Turn left. Turn left. Turn left. You
You
should
might
go
as well
past
take
Astral.
How many intersections?
Hey.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay.
pass each other.
This one.
One more intersection.
Choco banana, right, kid?
The next one.
Banana.
Keep going, and it should be on your left.
Your left.
Okay, I got a choco banana. Where's the house?
Wait, no. Keep going
it-
forward, but the house should be on the left.
Alright,
In
keep
the block.
going down.
Oh, there it is.
Turn what? What is it? You're like right, I think? Turn right. Woo-hoo. Yeah.
All right, Spice.
Where-
I want you to keep going where
Should
you're going.
be on your
Keep
left.
going
you should
forward.
see it soon, Astral. You should see it soon.
On this
Where?
intersection,
Oh,
turn left.
too early, sorry.
There should be a
Yeah,
donut
you
shop
should-
right nearby you.
I see
Yeah,
it.
my
right,
left?
right there. Yeah, you should. It's you're nearby.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
nearby.
yes.
Yeah. There you
Okay.
go.
Next one.
Spice.
Direction is
I want you to turn left.
turn left.
There's gonna be 3 intersection. Go past it.
Kid.
So there's the
anything,
first
kid?
one, right? First one.
First.
Okay.
Second one. Third one, where?
Keep going. We're passing the third one. That one doesn't
Really?
count as an intersection.
Butter.
Oh!
It's loading. What?
Not enough. The day ended.
Yeah,
It's fast.
Oh dang
Who's tipping?
me.
it.
By the way, kid, in front of me was a fucking clown, the ice cream thing. I'm just gonna let you know.
Nice. I wasn't looking at the map anymore.
You!
I was accepting orders.
Why is our landlord like this?
I don't know. Just imagine your actual landlord being.
What the
like
fuck is
though.
this? What? Skitter.exe?
Remember that.
Skitter.exe. Mm. Is that your cousin, East? Is that your new cousin?
I don't know.
Astro.
Where
Alright, where am I going? Someone, can you buy the stuff, like upgrade you can buy? Tip your landlord the max amount?
What?
Yeah.
How could you, man?
How much money do we have?
Oh my god, Astro, go find the donuts, man.
Donuts. What donuts?
Turn left.
where am I going?
Wait, where's the donut?
All the way the opposite end where you are.
Opposite end.
So go straight down, man.
All right, Kiria, you be the operator.
Okay.
All the way and here, kid.
Turn left, then go straight down all the way.
I'm just
Yeah.
right in front of you guys.
It's gonna be straight down, and it should be on your left in front of you.
Left here.
Keep going. No. That's the house you have to.
Ma'am!
I said straight down, and then eventually. To your
All right,
right, I think it is.
All right, Spice,
Hey,
keep going any direction. I'll let you know where to go.
Was it there?
Turn
Did
left.
you get
This
it?
one, donut. Yeah, I got a donut.
Hold on, let me see this crap. Stop doing oppies. Turn left, Spice. Turn left. There should be like a burger joint.
Kid, where am I going, kid?
The freaking car.
Right. Oh, go back down. Sorry, man.
We're not
It's
TV.
opposite.
God damn it.
It's okay. There should be like a milk shop right near you, Spice.
Ow.
I'm a
Alright,
real
here.
Astral. The icon for this order number
Like that
disappeared.
cafe.
I don't know
it
where it
has
is.
a
Where am I
you see it?
going?
bread in it.
Hmm.
Should I get that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Am I going the right way at
saw it.
least?
It's in that area you were in last time I saw
All right,
it. Go
Spice.
down. What way are you facing?
On your left. On your left. It should be on your left. The house.
I'm going straight. I'm going straight. This
Your
is my
left.
right. My left. Okay, my left.
All right,
Next.
Spice. Turn. All right. Keep going. Turn left.
Now you're wait, go back up.
There should be a burger shop
Turn
on
away.
your
Yeah,
left,
yeah,
Spice.
Right?
Okay, go straight down that.
Fuck! I got hit by a car.
Oh, no wonder you're
Where
moving.
is this
Okay,
burger shop?
this way.
All right. Keep going where you were going in the direction.
How many
Hit.
sections?
Turn left. No, turn right. Turn right. Sorry.
Oh, I see it. I see it, kid. I fucking
There you
see
go.
it.
It should be
kid.
on your left. It should be
I
on
know.
your
I
left.
had
the
to,
house.
I had to uncheck it just now to make it show up. It didn't show up earlier.
Okay, yeah, where am I
Okay,
going?
there we go.
Turn around, Spice.
Turn around.
All right.
Mhm.
Let's see. They got that one. Beer.
Keep going,
Astro,
keep going.
Beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. Spice. I want you
This
to turn left. in
this is high tier
intersection.
navigation, kid. I'm just saying.
I see. Spice, you don't run people over.
Where?
I gotta be a kid.
Oh shit.
It says where you need to deliver it is
Where?
on the other side of that
Okay,
building.
Spice.
The building I was
going.
looking at.
Close. Yeah, where you turn around.
turn around.
Astro.
Yeah, Spice, turn around.
Hmm?
Turn right.
Oh my god.
You okay there,
Go
Spice?
straight
See
down.
that do too well.
Oh my god, you freaking civilians, get out of the way.
Turn left. Spice.
No.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
Keep going forward. Keep going
Kid,
forward.
I'm looking
Spice.
around, kid. Where the fuck is this building?
No, you passed it. Oh, go back.
All right, turn right in this intersection, Spice.
Kid is-
Right.
Okay,
Now
where?
turn right. Turn
All right,
right.
it should be
Motherfucker.
in front of you. It should be in
Coffee
front of
shop,
you.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, keep going. It should be
Yeah,
around
got
that
it
corner.
there.
It should be around that corner.
Keep going in the direction that you were
Alright, I
just
see
in.
it.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay.
It was weirdly right there.
Next.
Here?
Yep. It should be.
All
Keep going.
The shrimp pizza place.
Oh, okay.
It should
I
be-
know.
I see it.
Yeah, nice.
Get the pizza. Get the pizza. Get the.
I hear
All right,
Spice bonk again.
I want you to do a 180.
What is that ghost looking thing?
Oh,
Oh.
There's a ghost. What is that?
hey, don't worry about it.
Oh, go back
keep-
up, Astro. It moved. It moved. Go up. Go up.
What do you mean?
Okay,
It's
where-
street pizza, yeah? I didn't pick it up.
Where-
Oh,
where-
it's
where-
a different location. Go up.
I didn't
Uh,
pick
turn
Oh
right.
my god. You say shrimp pizza.
Oh, I thought it was the same.
right.
Okay, to your left.
Yep.
You see
Turn left
it.
now, Spice.
Give me the salami?
Sorry. Collect.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay,
Turn
guys,
right.
I got a
You're-
salami.
you're-
Oh, no, not that right. Keep going.
What?
Turn left. Astro.
Turn right.
Straight down.
It should be in this way. Turn right. There should be like a banana chocolate shop on your left.
Keep
Sure.
going, Astro. Turn left.
Oh
See, I
my
see it.
god.
You should see it.
Where?
Oh, you passed by it, Astro. You passed
Turn around.
Wait,
Astro,
I-
you passed it. You see it? Like you see it?
I see it,
Oh.
but it's on the other side. I need to go. I need to make a
Keep going,
whole
keep
turn.
going.
What is
Keep going.
that? What's behind
Spice.
me?
Turn
What
left.
is
Turn
that?
left. Turn left.
Weird.
Okay. Keep going down this road until you can't go anymore.
Someone's following me though. What is that?
I see it. Just keep
Okay,
going.
okay, where am I
Okay.
going?
Oh my god. Turn around, Astro. You're going straight down.
Turn around.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, you can go now. It still works.
I can still see the
Turn left.
monster.
I hear the bang.
I don't see anything
Alright.
near you though.
No,
Go
I hear
straight down.
I hear Spice getting bang.
Nice. Keep going.
I
Keep
see.
going, Spice.
I see something. I can go that way, kid. I can go
Keep
that
going,
way.
Spice. Keep
Okay,
going,
it's okay,
Spice.
go back.
There
Just
should be like a
avoid
cupcake shop to your right.
it. To your right.
I can't go that
Yeah,
way
go-
also.
Dang it.
I got it.
Should we end the day?
Hold on.
Where
see the
am I going?
price.
Where am I going?
Keep.
Where?
Oh,
Spice. Turn left.
turn right.
I can't turn right.
Turn left again.
Turn left again.
or
Oh, dude, because your order's on the opposite side over there.
Turn left again.
Left again.
I didn't pick up anything though.
It should be to your left.
Oh, I see it.
Keep
Bye, Spice.
going, Astral. Keep going past
Yeah.
Spice. It's past Spice.
Follow Astral.
You dumb fuck!
Follow Spice. Oh, follow Astral Spice.
Where am I
Alright,
going?
Astral. Left.
Oh, what is? Ah!
Yep, just going. I'm scared to keep moving. I'm just
Just
keep
keep going.
moving.
Just keep going, man. Just keep going. All right, turn left again. It should be on your right,
Careful.
Astral.
I
Maybe
can't.
cheese. Oh, dang it! You have to go around the other side then, because your
Thank God
cheesecake's
it's
on the other
targeting
side.
I
of the ship.
can't.
Oh, I guess we end the day then, huh?
Yeah, we could, we could.
Yeah, we're just gonna end the
There's
day.
there's monsters
Hey, my smack
behind
is
me.
someone.
Cause I think Spice has been smacking you too much. Just saying.
I just see Spice fall over.
You're lucky the monsters after me, Spice. That's gonna fuck you up. Who's paying the guy?
I am.
Kid. How much did we get at all?
Random.
Kid, do you want to drive and I'll that guy you?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'll drive
guys, we
too.
need
I'll,
money.
I'll drive too. I'll just listen to orders. And...
I'll navigate Kid. Spice navigate Ace.
Yeah, I feel like Spice gonna tell him all kinds of shit. They're gonna be arguing over
I'm not used to this.
Alright,
I'm like a soldier. I'm like a soldier. I take orders.
there.
Okay,
Yeah, very cringy when I
okay.
Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
bet.
We got banana choco donut, Kid.
Got you. This guy was in my way.
Let me go check the shop.
So far.
Choco banana, where are you, Choco banana? Choco. Hey, you dumb
Hey,
fuck.
okay, Ace took it again.
Ace stole it. Yeah. Fuck
Kid,
you.
Ace, Kid, Spice, you gotta navigate Ace.
Tell him where to go.
Yeah.
Take a right, Ace.
I don't see any
Oh,
orders.
yay, Swanky.
No, just go
congratulations.
look at the house. You see the one number, right? Look at that one. Tell him how to get to that first house. Kid,
The
beer.
road to the end. Come on.
Right.
Beer.
Yeah, go end of the road and then go take a right, Ace.
Oh my god, the car hit me.
And then one. Yeah, after you go right, one intersection, and then stop in the middle.
You can also click the.
Go to the end, as Ace. Kid, take the beer.
I got
Okay.
beer.
It's your
Stop,
left,
Ace.
it's your
Stop,
left.
Ace. You should there. Okay. Kid,
Where am I guiding? Is it?
you're
camera
getting
remote?
Ace. You're getting Ace. Okay. Kid, take a left. Alright, take another left. Alright, keep going straight. I want you to take a right after this.
Wait, so
Right.
Mo is holding two orders?
Take a left.
No,
I
I
see.
can
then you
only
have,
hold one order.
okay. You have to get order here. Okay, Ace shrimp pizza. I'll tell you the order, Spice. You guide
Right.
him how to get. You'll tell him how to get to there. Okay.
To the very end, to the very end, Mo.
Hey, she's like the Simpsons.
It's
Okay.
pretty much right in front of you once you reach the end.
And then Ace, your house will be at the right side if you look right at the end.
So it also says the
Um,
address.
Kids, fish. You know where the fish is? It's next to the shrimp pizza. Ace, go straight.
Copy.
Spice, you know what? You can go out also if you want to.
Yeah, you're pretty much doing the job.
You know what?
Okay,
Want to
right.
know why Astro makes it work? It's because he's bossy.
He's boss.
Alright,
for real.
Spice, go sausage pizza.
What is sausage pizza?
Go right.
Oh, you have to tell him exactly where.
Go straight.
Hey,
Keep going
what's
straight.
my order I'm picking up?
Fish. The fish.
Fish, shrimp.
Alright, Spice, look at your right. You should see the sausage pizza there.
Yes.
Yeah, go grab it.
Got it.
Kid, yours is at you got yours? Okay, go left and go, take a right.
Who left me or?
No, Kid.
Me.
Spice, you take a right. Kid, take left.
Okay.
And Spice, keep going straight. Your house should be on your right. Kid, go straight.
I should be in your.
I see it.
Spice, back a bit. It's in the middle there. Moo cupcake. Yeah, it's right there, Spice. It's above somewhere in that area, that general direction. I can't tell where it is.
This is a hospital.
You just had to deliver somewhere there.
Oh, I see,
It's
I
not-
see,
yeah,
I see.
okay. Ace cupcake, and then when you get the cupcake right, you turn your right. It's at the same place where you deliver the pizza, I think.
I like
Sorry,
it.
sorry.
Kid, coffee, bean, the bean.
Bean.
Take a right, kid.
What's the trash for?
Sorry, back. Sorry, kid, back, go back. Yeah.
Any orders?
No, kid, backward, go back.
Any orders?
Not yet.
Oh shit.
Pick up the trash
there
if
it
you
is.
want.
Oh,
What do
I
you
see
do
what
with
you
the
mean.
trash?
The cupcake's hiding.
Okay, Kid, keep going straight and then take a right after this intersection. Ace, go to your right side if you're looking at right or if you're looking at left. Yeah, go straight there. Kid, the beans should be there.
Bean.
Spice,
Oh,
you're
still
getting
being
cheesecake.
made.
Okay, Spice, go right. No, go straight.
Oh my god.
Prepare. It's coming. I can
Alright,
feel
Go
it.
right and then straight. That's
yeah.
what I heard.
Go right, go straight, then take a left. Kid,
Take a
your
left
house.
now.
Yeah, you should be seeing the kick. Kid, take a left. I hear something.
hear
I hear
growling.
something. It could be near me.
Rip Astral.
I'm thinking this. Kid, go left. Keep going straight. Keep going straight. Next intersection, take left. Spice, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, go. Yeah, next intersection. Yeah, next go left. You should be able to see it. Spice, keep going
I
straight.
see it.
Spice, take a left. Sorry, no. Keep going. No, keep going. Keep going. Take a right after this. Take a right.
Honestly,
Oh,
Mom,
you
it's pretty
freaking kidding me.
fun.
There's a monster.
Alright, Spice, the
Yeah.
house is right there.
You know, when we get chased
Ace-
by
Ace pet.
monsters.
Go to the pet shop. Kid, bacon.
Oh,
The burger. Go to the burger shop, kid.
oh no, this guy
Ready
hit
for
me, man.
orders.
No, yeah, kid, Spice. You just run around. Just run around.
Avoid monsters, man.
It's so
Burger.
monster for forest.
Eh? Is it
Alright,
this
kid, take
one?
that. Yeah, take that. Take the burger.
Burger. Wait, am
Oh,
I?
there's a map. I see a map now.
I,
What number am
Oh,
I?
we have a map now. What
Yeah,
number
I buy the GPS. Kid, you're 9. Spice, you're 10.
Cool.
Hey, sorry.
Ace 10.
Kid, yeah, Ace, you're 10.
Wait, who am I?
Hey, sorry, no. Kid 10, Ace 9.
Copy.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stand
Spice,
still
you're
then.
11. You're 11. Go to the drink, the spoon. Below behind you. Take a left.
Oh my god, Log, you need to rest.
Keep going straight.
Get out of my chat, bro.
Take a left at no, Spice, go back.
What, you said 11?
No, you just need to get the spoon.
Where's the
You can't.
spoon?
Okay. Keep going straight. Take a right. The spoon should be at your left,
Ooh.
at the end of the hall. I'm taking number 12. Milk coffee.
I'm being chased at the moment.
Oh shit, Kid, Ace, and Spice, you're all pretty close together.
I think I can get the
where
milk.
am I?
I'm rotating.
Spice behind you. And then my kid grab
Right
kid.
here.
You take the spoon. Oh shit, my thing is broken. I need to go fix it.
Don't worry. We can still see the map. What was the milk number?
The milk number is number 12.
Copy.
Spice, Spice, go to the chocolate cafe. I'm gonna sneeze. I need to sneeze. Spice chocolate. It's next to Ace.
Hoi, hoi.
Next to Ace.
So take a left.
No, I can't turn this way.
And go end at the end of the road. I can't tell whether or not there's anything going on.
What's happening? Why? What? Did I die? What?
Did you walk towards? Ah, shit. Spice took the thing. He went to the. So if you see skulls,
wall?
you can't go there. The skull wall. You cannot walk there.
Yeah, but oh my god, I dodged that. Why did I die?
You probably touch it somehow.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Okay. You do the deliveries now, guy. Should I just end the day?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. I'm close. I'm just blocked by a lot of
I'm not touching. He become what he hates the most. Kill people
Wait, I'm not
below
12. I'm 11, I think. I got the what's it called? The milk. No, the coffee.
Oh my
shit.
god! I had to play a game.
Oh no, I was at the right spot. Oh, so close. So close.
What?
Still got my...
You pay me.
There's an ending, by the way. I looked at the achievements.
Oh, also, it seems like some of you had some issues, which is Spicy died.
Damn.
So
It's okay,
we made
Spice.
200.
Wait a minute. So if someone dies, you're gonna pay extra?
I'll give him 105. 105. Cause like we make money.
Oh, I paid attention to this, but usually Astro is always the one that ends up paying.
All right. So
Yeah.
Oh, we still have our GPS thing. We still have our GPS.
Okay. I'll be the person that you just need to tell me the number. That's all.
okay, go get coffee bean.
I got it.
Oh
Oh god!
Okay, okay.
Dude,
First,
throw your
first one will
trash away
be
first, Ace. Throw your
first one.
trash away at
First one
least.
is Ace. Second one's Kid. Spice, you're number 3. Okay.
God.
First, Ace is getting a bean. You know where the bean is, right?
Yeah.
And your GPS can see the house, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so number 1 is Ace. I'm
Ah,
gonna
we just
That's
buy.
not a
went
beast.
past.
Wow, dude. You said you knew where it was and went past it.
I,
That's
I,
crazy.
okay, I like driving. I like driving a lot. So it kind of just like makes
I
me
thought it
turn
was
off
just
my
'cause-
brain.
I thought it's because all that trash bags you had on top of your head, you know?
Oh,
Kid, burger, number 2.
Oh, I didn't know there's a horn.
Oh yeah, buy horn. Spice, beer.
Kid, you look so fucking ugly. What the fuck?
Spice, you know what the beer is, right?
I fell.
I have, I have to look unhinged, okay?
Yeah, Spice, if you know what the beer is, okay. Kid, you keep going straight. The bacon's rare. Remember, you're number 2. Spice is number 3. Number 4, cheesecake, which
Get
is
out of the
Ace.
way, please. Oh my god. Oh.
You don't need me to navigate, right, to the house.
No.
Okay.
I just need the number of the house and what I.
You're
that's
you're
all.
number 4, cheesecake,
Where's the beer? Where's the beer?
right there.
You're almost there, Spice. You're almost there.
Kid, once you deliver this house, go to the milk coffee.
Milk coffee.
Yeah. Spice, you're number 3, remember. Kid, get the milk coffee. You're number 5. I'm waiting for Spice to move so that I can start picking up stuff.
Mm,
Can you see like the place, the order as well, or no? Or only the
No.
houses?
Yeah. Yeah, we see
the
both.
I only see the houses. I mean,
Moo gets
I have no
Moo-
idea where it's supposed to go.
Moo sausage pizza, number 7.
Well,
On
my-
Your number 6, Spice, get the chocolate.
near Kit, right?
Yeah, next to Kid.
Yeah, near me.
Kid, your number 5. Kid, get backward, go back.
Hey, Mirage.
It's next to the chocolate.
Ow!
Oh, next to the chocolate.
Be behind.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, go. So you're number 5, Kid. Moo number.
I was
sorry.
murdered in broad daylight. I was murdered in broad
7
daylight.
still. I'm still waiting for the thing to be done.
Okay, I'm waiting for them to do their thing. So, Kid.
Hey.
Oh yeah, where the fuck are you, Kid?
I get number
Look where I am.
6. No,
Look
my
at
God.
where I am.
Yeah, you're
dude.
number
See my
6, Spice.
stream.
Yeah,
Can you
I'm
just
look.
check out my...
What do you mean a stream? Where the fuck are you?
Really, thank you for the raid. Chippy chippy choppa 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 whoopie whoopie. Yay!
So we had to wait for Kid to get up. Okay, Moo, you have to take over for Kid for now.
I don't have the items off Kit.
No. Just
On
just
my
take the
bike.
other stuff. Just take the other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Copy.
Number 8, get number 8, Moo.
Hi,
What-
Charlie,
what item is number
Uh,
8?
it's butter coffee. So it's butter. Gotta get the butter.
6 or 6.
Kid, you're number 5. Kid, you're number 5.
In front.
I know I went backwards.
Okay, I'm free.
Okay, Spice, go get the spoon.
Thank you for
Um,
the raid.
Ace,
If you
you're
need a
8.
run, go ahead do so. My brain is out of fritz.
Ooh.
Spice, you're number 10. So once you get the spoon, get the that one. Kid, after you're done, go to the cupcake, Kid, and there's number 11. Oh, you know what? Spice, something's coming towards you.
There's a monster
How
going
do
towards
you
us
know
right
that?
now.
I
It's
can
on the
see
map.
that.
You
I
can
can
see it
see
on
the
the
map.
map.
Yeah,
I got the
pick it up.
cupcake.
Okay,
Thank
Moo
you
is number
for the raid
11.
once more. Enjoy the food you're cooking.
Spoon 10, right?
Spoon is 10.
Thank you for the raid.
Number
Whee!
12 is shrimp pizza. Whoever's free shrimp pizza.
It's dark out here, guys.
And then number 13 is donuts.
Don't know.
Kid, can you get the shrimp pizza?
Okay.
You going straight?
Wee.
What was my number again? 10?
You are number
11?
10.
Copy.
You took the spoon, right? Oh no, you took cupcake, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm free.
Cupcake is hold on, give me a minute, okay? Cupcake is number 11. Spice,
Because of the heat, I'm
can you
melting.
get the
No,
pizza? Can you get the donut?
Charlie. I can really.
Careful,
hear
Spice,
this.
something's behind
I'm
you.
being chased.
Yeah.
It's
Keep
like
your
hot
just
where
keep
I
going
can take the
straight.
donut.
Yeah,
I can
okay.
take the
Spice, you just drive. You're gonna get intersection with Ace.
What's up?
Okay, Kid.
Oh, thank you.
The donut is number. Sorry, this pizza is number 12.
12.
Did someone take the number 9 yet? The banana chocolate?
Someone take a donut? Okay.
Okay. Spice, can you get the banana chocolate number 9?
Hey,
Donut.
look it, there's a monster right in front of me.
Whoever took the shrimp, you're number 12. The donut's number 13.
Oh shit, I'm drawing.
Kid
I
died.
died, guys. I did it, but I delivered the pizza, guys.
Number
Move the
9,
monster,
banana, right?
number 9, yeah. Move the monsters after you.
Get the ice cream, Curly. Get ice cream.
To
Don't stop on
number
the heat.
nine.
Let me.
Okay, I think we're gonna end the day after this. After Spice deliver. Because
I
Moo's
think
being
Ace needs
attacked
to get rid
by...
of his.
Forward
I think
extra dip.
You know, I'm pretty sure the only reason he's getting attacked is because of his stupid trash hat he kept.
What is the trash?
Everybody,
every
you want to
time
recycle? It's at the home base.
Yes, just trash bags
Okay,
are rolling that you can
one-
collect.
Once Spice deliver this, I'm gonna end the day.
It's done.
And then like Ace has been collecting so many, he didn't bother putting it in the recycler, so it just looked like a giant stick is growing on his head.
Spice, is it Spice?
You're just jealous.
5.
I'm not jealous of a guy who has something on his
Anybody
head.
else?
to be there.
Damn.
Anybody want to do the operation?
I'm not
My brain
ready
is
for
too
it.
buzzed for it. That's all you, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm the one who's stealing. What?
Okay, on the top left, just match the rent due.
Yeah,
you don't
use
have to go
that.
exact
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
I'm gonna go 110.
You
How
can
much is
always
rent?
tip
125.
to the landlord.
You can no, just pay the rent. Just pay it off. You got 300 plus, right?
I'm cheap like that.
Just give $5 as
Whoa.
He's cheapskate, guys. He's cheapskate.
I gave him 125.
I think it's because he knows you're cheapskate.
Alright, should I be operation again?
Yeah.
Alright.
Dude, get rid of your trash head.
Sausage pizza number 1. Ace go for the sausage pizza.
Oh my god,
I'll go
guys,
for
I'm
it.
doing tricks. I'm doing tricks. What the hell is this? How does one do this?
Cupcake, kid, cupcake.
Cupcake, got it. Cupcake.
Spoon cafe spice.
Spoon Cafe Spice.
Yeah, where Ace passed by.
Number
you know?
3, right?
Yeah, number 3.
Number 9. And number 5, large. Buy every item in the shop. Who bought
I did.
the item?
Yeah, it's pretty close, kid. Spice. Ace cheesecake.
Who got? I saw that.
I was on it though.
Wait, right click to spray?
And,
What?
If it's not ready, Spice, it will take time. Okay, let me
I
know.
got it.
Let me know when you're ready.
got it.
Number 4 cheesecake. Spice, you're number 3. Kid number 2. I'm gonna wait for a bit before I take the next order because you guys are pretty far behind.
Just kick 4?
Cheesecake 4.
Yeah. Hey!
Dumbasses.
This fucking asshole.
Who the fuck has fucking giant ass gone hair? Fucking gone.
That's Ace.
Fucking,
That's
he's
Ace.
just
That's
cosplaying. It's fucking gone from Hunter x Hunter. My
That's
lord.
Ace. That's Ace. That's Ace.
I just opened a fucking camera. Okay.
He's so dumb looking,
Number
dude.
6 Spice, your double donut.
And he wonders why I won't stop calling him cringe.
Kid, you are shrimp pizza.
Yay, shrimp pizza.
Ace pet
Yay.
the fish shop. You're all pretty much close together, okay?
Wow.
Y'all are good at the same delivery.
Y'all are gonna see the
Getting a
god
donut.
hair.
I'm getting a donut.
Dude,
Spice
you trying to get
donut,
blonde hair like this
Ace
god
fish,
fucking
and
Lord,
Kid
guys?
shrimp pizza.
Number
Where's
6,
Lord
right?
right here?
Donut.
You're number 6. You're number
God
6.
Slayer, Ex
Who's
Machina.
fish?
I think
Who's
he's-
fish?
Fish is Kid. You fish. You're fish. You're number 7.
I'm
You're number
shrimp.
7.
Copy. Fish is still in making.
Yeah. So then Kid will be number 5 if she took the pizza.
Oh, hey there, kid.
You dumb fuck. You cringe ass.
I'm free.
Okay,
God.
Spice will be number 9. Coffee. Milk coffee. Let me know when you.
Oh, City
You're number
Gate
five,
because
you're
my
number
stream
five.
crashed earlier.
I'm flying. I'm flying.
Okay,
Where's
you're
my
number
bike? Where's my
five.
bike?
Ace
I
number.
swear to
Ace,
God.
you already took yours, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Ace, your number. Wait, did you take all the stuff already?
What's
You
another-
delivered the
Wait,
fish already, is
who
it?
got the coffee?
Uh,
I got the milk.
okay, then go number 9.
What's 9? What's 9? Wait,
Yours. Spice, get the kiwi. Number 8.
what's kiwi?
Oh,
Pizza.
it actually tells you what number of the house is. You actually don't need to tell me. I just need
Oh,
to
what?
grab it and
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
bag.
it's been-
I just
Oh
realized
my
that.
god, guys!
Wait,
It's
what's
always
it?
too dark for me.
Oh, Nada, you mentioned.
Oh my god! So I can just pick up fucking. I can just
Yeah,
spam
we
You
it.
don't
just
need
feel, yeah,
operators
you can
anymore.
join us. Come on, join us.
Hold on. I'm gonna pick a few more things.
I didn't know there's no.
We'll race who gets the most orders done.
I wish this one. Okay. Pick another one.
Oh, good morning,
Sounds
Sleepy Kitty.
inefficient because we're just gonna be.
Fuck.
We're gonna be competing for the same stores.
Well, the friendly
Oh my God, there's
competitiveness
wall.
isn't bad. You know?
I vote we all shoot Ace.
Whoa.
I agree.
See, he is.
What the fuck is this horn? Boing, boing.
13.
So I should be able to see the back. Is it?
Yeah, look down.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
just-
okay.
Yeah. You see it? Crazy, right?
What's the point of an operator then?
I just pick
Well,
an order.
initially.
Someone needs to
initially.
take. Someone
Oh
needs
yeah. I'll
to
come by.
go to
I'll
the
come by. I'll
PC.
swing by. Oh, we periodically swing by to those who. Oh, hey, Ashra.
Hey, I'm picking this up. Hello,
There's
God.
there's no stores.
I'll come by. I'll swing.
Why
By.
am I popping a wheelie? Why am I popping a wheelie?
I don't get it. Like whenever that happens, I have no idea.
Oh, you press W multiple times.
It doesn't happen. Oh, okay. Now, yeah, I see. Okay. I see chocolate. I'm going for
Gotta go with
chocolate. Oh, sorry, I'm going for beer. I'm going for the bacon.
Actually, so being cooked. Damn.
I'm hopping. I'm bee hopping, guys. Using my bee hopping muscle.
16.
That's
You look
where
at the
I
map?
am.
I'm gonna look at the map in case there's anything
Actually,
popping out.
3 people. I'll just collect the recycling thing, and you guys are gonna be surprised of my hair.
It's gonna be more
Did
cringy.
anybody get a beer?
No?
There's a beer order there. Can someone get a beer?
I'm free. I can take it if no one's gonna get it.
Number 15. So we're trying to get the ending, right?
Yeah.
Hi, kid.
Whee!
I'm getting the beer.
Mamma mia.
Damn. It looks dumber and dumber every time I look over at this guy. I can't tell because it's so many. It's slightly off-centered from his own head.
Bro's trying to
It's
be gone
off-centered.
for real. I just.
It's
it was so
off-centered.
it was
Do
so-
you see how
it was
off-centered
so-
that is?
It was so fucking funny because I was looking like I opened the CD camera and I just see fucking blitzing away. Like, what the fuck is that?
What?
Any more orders?
I don't know. I'm not on the computer.
I
No,
get
it's
on
just
computer.
14. It's just
I'm
that
heading to-
one.
Then I guess
There's
that's a lot.
a
That's a lot.
freaking
That's,
wall. How do I go there?
Oh, no,
my God.
you can get around. There's like
you
a,
can get
there's-
around.
there's-
There's a little
you
way
actually
to get around it.
Just go forward towards it. You can honestly get around. I literally walked from the edge of it to go, oh, monster hunting, guys. Ooh,
No. It's breaking the camera. It's breaking the thing.
Oh my god. But yeah, Spice, you can definitely go around.
Oh,
I did.
God.
See? I did that. I was like, oh, you can literally just go around.
All right, Spice, you ready?
It's done.
All right, I guess we end the day.
Yeah.
Not much monster this round, huh?
Yeah.
So,
God.
there's nothing.
Who's paying?
Spice?
Not me.
Oh, kitten.
Ha! Oh my god, yeah, we made $500 that round.
Hell yeah. I'll stay back. I'll just draw.
What? Draw
Is
penis?
somebody gonna take the order then?
I'll take the order.
I just spam it. We can just grab it.
If you see buildings being carefully drawn on, that's probably not me.
It probably is you, 'cause- You know, the chances of it being cringe is real. Yeah, it's definitely you.
Hey, you know, see, I told you about picking up. You didn't pick it up.
Banana split up north.
See, this is
Dude,
what happened. I
so
told you
much.
to pick it up.
There's so
Calm
much vehicle.
down.
There's so much. Dude, your head is so off-centered because all your trash can. You won't fucking recycle it.
I'll go take the banana. Spice can get a fish.
Yeah, fish.
Kid can get a coffee bean.
Da-da-da-da. There's
This
definitely more
number.
cars. So Ace Laguna is a real thing, guys. Hi, Spunky.
I agree.
You said coffee bean?
Yeah, coffee bean. Mm,
Oh my god, there's so many cars this time around.
you're assholes.
No more orders as well.
Because we bought the flyers where our service is getting marketed.
Did I die?
No,
It
no, no.
takes a while.
You take a while.
will-
You're more like a little like you did like a little respawn point, so you'll be back later. Like you'll get up in a bit.
It's I just said still.
I'm gonna get a chocolate.
Where's my bike though? What the heck?
Down there.
It should be nearby.
Yeah, you should be able to see your bike.
Hey. Did you hear Astral scream? I flopped over and almost knocked him down too.
Hey, literally right on me, like bitch. Oh, I need to turn around.
You're welcome, Squid.
Wait, why can I hear Spice double?
What?
Yeah, I hear him walkie-talkie.
You try disable my voice.
You can re-enable it without going to the settings.
That's crazy.
Take salami. Where's salami?
I'm gonna take the. I'm gonna take the pet food since I'm nearby. Hey, where are you doing? I haven't seen
Donut?
you.
I guess.
Oh, you're doing donut? Yeah.
I just dropped off the coffee bean. What do you mean?
Coffee bean. All right. I'm gonna grab me some of this
Yeah,
trash
you
can while
forgot already?
waiting.
Remember, I scared the shit out of you because I crashed right in front of where you possibly could crash.
Yeah,
I almost
like
knocked you over. I
yeah,
heard
because
you
like
scream like a
the
bitch,
car
you
hit
know?
the. Fuck you. Now I hope you get hit again.
Oh, don't you
So
worry.
I'm gonna go to the shrimp.
The shrimp does actually earn us a lot of money.
Me adding the shrimp.
You bitches. You bitch! I got ran over.
Oh, poor Astral. Oh
Where's my
my
bike?
god, I'm watching it all happen in live action, man.
Stop. Hey! What happened to your arm?
Don't worry about my arm, bro.
I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck.
Oh, rip Astral.
I'm free.
Femstore forever stuck. We'll remember you, man.
I'm number 8.
It shall be remembered. I'm gonna go to the donut.
You shitting me? Oh my god. I don't want to pop a wheelie, please.
How do you pop a wheelie?
Yeah, keep spamming W.
Oh.
Yeah, tap it a couple times.
You bitch!
Number 6.
Let me do my fucking delivery, please. Why is so many cars now?
The longer we survive, the more cars there are. More obstacles, basically.
Okay, 2 monsters around.
Oh, it's gonna be annoying.
I know, I hear the piano music with mine. Oh shit! Oh damn, he knocked me out.
Fuck. I got the fucking ghost reaper.
Oh, you too? He reapered my ass as well.
He literally spawned right on me.
I'm gonna go to the.
I'll get the cupcake. Wait, is Ace alive?
I'm still alive.
He's just sitting at a computer, doing it with all his trash cans on top of his head.
Oh my god, why are they teleporting?
Oh, he's not teleporting. He's jumping around.
Oh, you freaking. Oh.
Fuck me. Fuck me. I need to go. I need to move. I need to move. I need to move. I need to move. I'm stuck.
Ace, even the trash
I'm
can
dead.
on your head
I'm
don't
dead.
wanna be
I'm
there.
dead.
They like try so hard to be off-centered from your head, man.
There's an enemy right in front of it. What am I supposed to do with that?
Easy.
I'm alive.
Give
I'm
it a
alive.
kiss.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Nah, 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 nah. I'm just watching Ace and his dumb head move. It's a crazy dumb head you got there.
Hey,
Number 10.
true.
Number 10 is over here.
Why won't you recycle it? Tell me that. Give me a fair enough reason.
How bad does it
Spice,
even
Spice,
look?
careful, look, careful.
Looks like you
Yeah,
have
I
a
see
giant
it. I
dildo on
see
your
it.
head.
It's just standing still, though, thank God.
It's like you're trying to form a dildo up there, dude.
Whoa, crazy, crazy.
Number 13. It's way south.
You're just standing there with so much attitude with all that trash bags on your head.
Oh fuck, it's a clown.
Hey, Astro.
Hey, what up, bro? There's a clown coming.
Oh, your trash bag head versus Astrals? Dude, that's so dumb.
Hey, Spice, you die?
He's getting, oh, yeah, yeah. The
I'm
dog
dead.
got him, guys. The dog got him.
What the fuck? The goon?
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. Ace been gooning at the base the entire time.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
That's why one would assume he's just building a dildo on his head there.
Yes.
How do you change people vegan?
Not sure, but I'm being chased by the dog.
After Spice died, I can't change POV.
Oh yeah.
I didn't do that. Oh, 07, Chicky, you will always be remembered.
Can this guy leave me alone? I'm trying to pick up deliveries.
No, just let him give you a quick peck on the cheek. Mwah.
I just wanted to ride you, you know?
Yeah, he's here to ride
Ah, you got me. Okay, I'm dead. Is there anyone left?
Alright. Yeah.
Oh,
End the day.
How many money did we get?
No, probably not a lot.
I don't know, some guys like hyperventilating over there to say.
Paying my rent every day.
Hyperventilating with that dildo on his head. Ever expanding for some reason.
You know, I'm feeling generous. The current day rent is 175. We give him 176. How generous.
You know, give him 167. You
He's
know,
gonna be like, fuck you.
Okay. I'm good, Sleepy Kitty. I'm good. I just did something funny.
What? The fact that you wrote goon on the wall and you're gooning
No, take a look at the computer.
oh my God, my
Yeah.
frame rate is bad. What's happening?
What about your computer,
know.
huh? What
laggy
the
a bit.
fuck are you doing to the computer?
I'm getting that.
I wish we were playing the mound because then we could
Ace,
punch him
Ace,
at
keep,
least.
keep taking the order.
Yeah, I will.
I'm gonna go get the
I would
donuts.
I would like to punch him for anything, really.
What? I'm innocent. I'm nice.
Like I said, I would like to punch him.
Says, Numero uno.
No, wait, my bike.
I flew.
I heard a dung.
Flew away, guys.
I killed a man. I accepted it though.
You were happy.
Yeah, you just did it. You just did it. You know, it's okay.
You were-
I just pretended it was a certain person.
It was
You know?
Moon. It was Moon.
I was like, you know, it was meant to be. Ugh.
I'm gonna get.
There's so many cars, guys.
Oh my god! I'm gonna get a salami.
I'm gonna go chocolate.
How much money do we have?
Wow.
603.
Holy shit! We make a lot of
So
money.
we are loaded.
Oh my god. Dang, Spice, you are so loaded. Last time we played, we did not have that much money.
Yeah.
So that means
We barely
you buy-
scraped by.
Yeah, that means you can afford Astral's FF14 subs.
No.
Yeah, he's a cheapskate,
From
guys.
what I've heard, I think you're the one who's gonna pay for that kit.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't listen, don't listen.
I'm forcibly making
It
it
was
happen.
it was a force. It was a force. We call.
I think we gotta
Uh.
give Max Max donation to get the next achievement.
Yeah, sure. You mean
Alright,
like
spent all the spice money, got it.
You guys are using up my luck.
number 6?
I will continue using your luck. Drain every cent of it, you know?
It didn't work now. Ooh, what's happening?
Oh, hi, Spice. What happened to you?
Nothing, you're worrying about it.
Who's getting in what order now?
I
I'm
have
waiting
the
for the
cupcake.
shrimp.
I'm gonna get the beer next there.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Watch out, it's gonna be nighttime.
Number 8.
Astro's gonna get eaten by the dog. He's gonna be eaten by the dog.
And you're gonna get attacked by ghosts.
I hit a pole.
Oh my god, doing a wheelie is fun. I cannot flying guys.
What the fuck am I hitting?
I'm flying again.
All I know is Astro's hitting life over there. He's like whacking every part of life.
I am.
He's pretending it looks like...
Monsters are here already.
Yeah, there's one near me.
$65. That's a lot. Oh my god,
Oh.
death.
If death is gonna slowly follow you.
The ice cream
No.
truck's behind me, guys. Woo! Bring it to Astral. Bring it to Astral.
Spice, careful.
Are you freaking kidding me? Leave me alone. Will it follow me inside a store?
It
Yes.
did follow me before.
Yeah.
Take it. I'm waiting here.
It's still following me, guys. I'm so dead.
Which one are you grabbing? Is this
The spoon.
The spoon and then the fish. Okay.
Run away. Number 10. It's right in front. But I'm gonna die.
Just keep running, man.
Is he driving around?
Yeah, kite it for a while. Eventually, it's gonna pick somebody else.
Yeah.
Would someone mind tanking that?
Not really. Spice, you're gonna get pinned if you take a right. Don't take a right.
I can't take a right.
Take it.
What up, man?
What about you?
13.
I'm 14.
I know, right? Coincidence.
Twin delivery.
Delivery.
And I'm gonna go.
So
Is Ace out? Is Ace going out as well?
No.
Oh.
No.
Spice, get ready. Is gonna come for you again.
I can't bring number 10.
It's okay.
Yeah, hold
We're
on.
going towards it now. We're going towards that monster.
Careful the clowns there, kid. We need
Wow.
the chocolate banana.
Are you taking chocolate banana?
Yeah, you can get the pet. 15 is here. But you should be able to go to 10 now. Because you're pretty far away.
Death is in the
Yeah,
middle
the
of
monster's
road.
away. The monster's away. The monster's
Yeah,
away.
if you look at your GPS, you can see where they are.
Ooh.
Spice, the monster's on you. Spice, turn around. Turn around, please. I'm
I
begging
don't
you.
wanna
Please, I'm
turn
on foot.
around.
Turn around. I'm safe.
Virtual insanity.
Just don't look at Ace. He's a curse, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
He's really trying to make sure we end up dead.
Hey, if
What a
I wanted
guy.
you guys dead, I would have done so long ago.
It's okay. That's why we ended up doing any friendly fire game. Your first one down for a reason.
Is there any more deliveries or what?
Insanity now. What's number 16?
It's mine.
We got 1,000.
Damn.
Like,
We're
what? No more delivery? Is that it? What the fuck?
You know the rules. It's up to us.
You're so stupid.
Spice,
You're so-
Spice, stop! I'm begging you. I'm begging you, please stop. Look at my
What?
screen. Look at my screen. Stop it. Look at my.
There's a monster right freaking behind you.
What do you mean behind you? It's on you.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Yeah, oh
Spice
my
is
god, we have
Max, send it
1,000
Max. Give it
left.
Max. Give it Max.
Max.
Max
We're achievement hunting,
power,
Spice. It's all for the
power.
achievement.
Let's go.
Just give all the way.
Oh, I'm the one who's paying.
Yeah, you.
There, I'm so generous, guys. Oh my god, I'm not a cheapskate.
Right? Spice, you're so nice.
Spice, you're only saying that because it's not your wallet.
Oh, jeez, Carrie.
Dark pass or burden to bury from grace. He fell quite contrary. His
Larry.
end is cold. Larry.exe. So put Larry.exe. See what it does.
Where? Where?
It's in the computer. Yeah. Spice. No, Ace can do it.
Why is it nighttime?
Elbows.
Larry.
All right, first order's out.
And I'm gonna go grab it. Fuck, bitch.
That's a fancy ass quote you have, Astral.
Sad customer.
A clown.
Sad clown.
Oh,
Am I getting this
Astral,
fake?
I meant
You're
for
a
you.
piece of
Order.
shit.
I don't. Not my fault.
No,
Okay.
you're the fucking car.
I'm heading south. There's bananas up north.
I'm waiting for this to be done.
What?
You know the rules, and so do I.
I was so confused, like why is Spice doing this, and I just saw her, I was like, oh.
I know. As soon as I got close to it, I was like, "Oh, that's why."
It's
Honestly, I like Spice's version.
why?
It's fancier than.
Ah, I got hit.
There's so many cars.
Officer, he's down. We need your help.
So what's the next achievement for to do the move?
I think same thing. Money.
Just max out again.
Max. Yeah.
Never gonna give you up, you freaking.
I mean, we need to keep making a lot more money now. Because we are giving like about 200 plus each day.
Yeah.
By the way, where did that?
Hey
TV
guys, I
come
punched
from? I
this.
want
I
that
punched
TV.
this. I punched the civilian guys.
Good.
I'm gonna get the sausages.
Did someone buy that TV? Would you mind buying it again?
I know, it's
I mean,
you.
it starts in the house though. It starts in the house normally.
You gotta find it.
The office. Yeah, it was just there. Ace likes
I'm
playing
gonna
that
go
song.
to Brandy.
What the fuck?
Yes, I do.
He spams the shit out of it.
Number 6. Take it. You
Never
get
gonna
it?
give you up. Never gonna let you down.
What you getting, kid?
Never gonna run.
I already have it. Oh shit! I went the opposite way though.
Let you.
Stupid car.
I'm actually stuck. I'm stuck on the computer.
What do you
Nice.
mean?
Karma.
I'm stuck.
How? What'd you do?
Karma.
Mo is stuck. I cannot believe.
So we can't order anything anymore?
No, I can use the computer. It's just that I cannot move away from the computer. Like I cannot.
Yeah, didn't. He gets eaten, guys. Imagine.
I cannot believe this lag. Oh my god.
I know. It's because there's so many cars that is lagging us. What the fuck?
Probably.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Dude, you're in my way.
A number
Ba-da-da-da.
5 large.
Can I get a number 5 extra large, please?
Well, I think I'm in the mood for a
Number
banana.
4 with extra dip.
He wants them
He was-
nanas.
He wants his nana.
Actually, my favorite fruit would be a banana. I don't know why.
He wants them nanas.
I wonder, and I wonder.
No, it actually tastes good. Plus, you can make like a banana bread. You can make like banana. What is chucho in Bahasa Inggris? English.
He said English, guys. He just said English.
Right, but
It's
we
actually
need-
called that in BM English.
Oh, chucho pisang, is it?
Yeah, chuchopisang. In
Um,
English. Okay, I cannot accept any more orders because the computer got fucked. I'm stuck here. Spice, can you click the switch behind the PC? I died.
he died.
What? Real? Oh my god.
Yeah, if the one he has to click here.
Oh shit, there's a monster heading towards me.
I can see if I can click the get more orders.
I
Oh, see, ice cream truck again.
Where's that shop? I'm gonna click more orders. You guys keep going.
am gonna run around and desert you.
Fucking move. Did you just keep stacking this ugly shit?
He indeed did. Karma.
Oh my god, fucking bastard.
Number 14.
I'm gonna grab the beer since I don't have anybody grabbing it.
I took the beer. I took the beer.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna go to the milk coffee. I'm sorry, that's the one.
I got fish.
The fish.
The fish. I want some catfish though. Sounds so good right now.
13's back here.
Kid. Oh my god, kid.
Don't worry, I'm a horrible driver. I don't know how to hit you guys. Somehow Ace hit me though.
Oh, that was intentional. That was full intentional.
Oh, I know. I just like this motherfucker. Stupid ass head.
I'm gonna get
Every time I
trapped.
see
You love my hat. You love my hat.
we should beat the shit out of it, burn it.
Getting shrimp. Getting shrimp. We can only get one order.
Yeah. That's the challenge because it's one order at a time.
Number 10.
I'm gonna see if I. Oh, kid, sorry.
Oh damn, I didn't know you came out.
I was gonna get the chocolate.
Chocolate. Oh my god, you have to. It's $54.
I wanna buy all your chocolate.
I want a strawberry crepe cake.
Very fancy.
Chocolate is 16.
I'm
You
getting
making the cupcake?
Hi, B-Mac.
Hi, B-Mac.
Hi. I like how Ace is just Acer.
Acer, you mean that?
What do you mean?
Look at chat. Look at chat.
Where? Oh.
Oh yeah, Acer.
I was
you
like,
are
yeah, I thought in my
right now.
in-game name because the last time I remember I saw Ace Pro.
Oh.
Did you? Oh, you're doing 12, right?
So there's
Guys?
there's
Hello,
like an
B-Mac.
there's an
Sorry.
ice cream truck near us, you know, just say.
Yeah. It's okay if you don't go near it.
Wait, before we finish the day, we need to find that TV.
Oh, flick the switch.
Where's the
Which
TV?
switch?
The back, at the back. There's a back switch. And,
TV, guys. We need the TV.
I don't know, Spice, but I'm gonna end the day.
No.
I think because Ace lost it, you know. Blame
No,
him.
the TV's inside the room.
No.
Oh, it's my turn.
The game is okay. Dodgy delivery is pretty fun, honestly.
Pay me.
Except
Oh,
for Ace's
also-
dumb head, you know.
Damn.
I don't know, man. It's just like, dude, your head, your trash hat doesn't even want to be on top of you.
We have so much money.
Max, 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 max,
One
max,
spirit
max,
in
max,
labs.
max, max, max.
Sounds like he's saying smack, 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 smack.
Max Steel.
I would totally expect.
Not taste and hydrate.
What? Did you talk about that show, Max Steel?
Yeah.
You know about that? Damn,
Final-
that show is
final
good.
dot-
EXE.
It's pain all.
Pain
Can I
only-
click that?
only-
Ace, you want me to do the TV, the operating? I'm
It's up to
scared you
you.
might. I can do operating. But I don't. I just in case you get
Yeah,
broken
I
again.
bumped.
Oh no, no worries. I'm actually
I
chilling.
bumped.
Actually,
I bumped.
I'm dead.
What?
Still?
Dead.
I'm dead. I don't know where I am.
Was a loved one, it said.
Are you
It
bugged?
said. I don't know. There's something that says was a loved one. Just saying.
I'm just grabbing orders.
I'm not dead.
I don't know.
That's
he
what
did
you
the
say.
EXE
Turn off the
thingy,
switch
and
so
it's-
he.
You know. I guess. Rip this guy. Enjoy your lurk, B-Mac.
Enjoy your lurk.
I'm actually more orders.
Spice needs his legendary song.
A ladle, ladle, ladle.
At easy. The
Did you see it?
Shit.
His game?
yeah. No. And on Discord.
Discord one.
I am going to be as useless because I'm
I
I
hear
hear you in a
somewhere.
walkie in the game. Dude, we hear you in a walkie in the game.
Yeah,
Oh,
that hurt
sorry.
as well.
I was spamming the buttons to see if I can shake myself off, but
Oh.
Yeah.
I
Come on,
was
guys,
like, what the
deliver
heck?
faster,
Looking
faster.
for the TV. That's an important task.
Just deliver, we need money. I log in.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around. Desert you.
I'm gonna go out as well. It's easy to get all the delivery. I'm gonna get the chocolate. Fuck you.
Chocolate.
Lying away quoting.
Ugh.
Suck you off. Oh my god.
Yeah,
What
that's during the
for,
out.
dude?
That was during the outlast.
I enjoy that, huh?
It was scary. I
Oh
had
my
to do
god, there's a
something.
wizard in here, guys.
who the hell is Tony?
Tony is the guy from the I just named a random Outlast character, right? So remember the Outlast character that was like in a wheelchair and then jump scare you first and then grab you? I named that guy Tony.
I'm going to the cupcake. Or is someone going to the cupcake?
And not me. I'm going back to the office and then get more of the deliveries. Is it more again? More money? Is it more? Do I just get max that one again? Is it? Oh yeah. Did he want to get a
Yeah.
banana? I think he choked on the banana, guys.
Awesome.
Ah, I got bumped.
Dang, I didn't think it was possible for someone to choke on a banana. Well, Ace is known to do the impossible.
I mean, not unless Moo's actually going for that, you know?
No.
Probably. You never know with him.
Gonna beat the shit out of you, kid, by the way. Fucking bastard walked towards my bike.
Lol.
I'm gonna do number 9 and then I'm gonna go back to the office and get more orders. Who'd pick number 1 and never deliver it?
Spice.
No, that's not me.
Oh.
I'll remember to chew.
What the fuck is Sleepy Key talking about?
Oh, because
Oh,
monster is here.
I almost ran into that fucking skull because it spawned right in front of me.
You know how shrimp pizza.
Kid,
Yeah,
run,
me-
kid!
Oh my
She's
God,
accepting
I'm
orders
being
for
safe, I'm
Spice,
being
you know. Just making sure Spice has orders, you know.
Nice, thank you very much.
And just watch him escape his enemies. They can't catch him.
Yeah, I'm agile.
Yeah. Unlike your arbitrary grandfather over there. I don't know what's
I'm
going on with that
bored.
one.
What am I supposed to do? I can't do anything. I'm trying.
Dude. I don't know what that EXE was, but I think it just trapped you in the afterlife.
Yeah. Fucking Panadol, Painol.exe.
I think
Maybe
Spice
that's
planned-
why there's the word pain in it.
Oh my god, Spice planned this, guys. He planned his arbitrary
could you?
grandfather.
I don't even know the executables have an effect.
How could you,
Oh,
Spice?
they
I
all do.
trusted you.
I think go to the shrimp. I'm gonna go grab more orders.
Oh, wow.
Professional driver right here, just watching. He's just trick shotting in the room.
Wow. It's fun, kid. It's fun.
I'm real. Honestly, when you do that, it's from
Yeah,
running
I
away from a
can't-
monster. Pretty
I can't
helpful.
get more orders. There's fucking guys there.
Well, there's
He's
one
still there.
cool thing. Even if you guys die, I won't die.
Uh-huh.
So if you guys die, I'll just wait for the timer to be over and then, well, live.
That's true. That's very true.
I'm being chased. I'm being chased.
You is pinching me.
And we're done.
Who the
Now, where's
fuck is on the
that-
goddamn PC?
I see Ace. I see Ace in the afterlife, guys.
Oh hey,
I don't know how I went to the POV at one point. I
Someone,
just saw you in
someone's
the
on the
afterlife.
computer. I couldn't touch the computer because someone's on the computer.
well, it's definitely not me.
Well,
I think that's where I
reset
died.
for
I was
always
died,
finished
so
stuff.
that might have been me. Who knows? That's where I got picked
Yeah.
up from. Oh, Ace is offering? Interesting.
$300, Ace. You gotta make the $300. Watch he die again.
Please don't say that. I don't want to stay in hell.
You get so bored down there. Good job, Spice. You
Check
bored your arbitrary
collect.
on there.
.exe.
Polak. Oh, you get some sausages?
Vienna sausage.
And I
Oh,
had Vienna
awesome.
sausages one time, and that's
Oh.
gross.
I'm in hell still.
I don't. Can we reload or?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm pretty
Or-
much stuck here.
Dude, your painting everywhere is ridiculous. It's hard being an artist. That's Ace, no?
Okay, access some orders, guys. Go, 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 go.
Save me from this hell, and my life
Yo,
is yours.
can't
You hear
wait
that,
for-
Spice? He can become your slave.
That is an interesting notion. Yes, yes.
How could you? And you are suggesting no, you are. How could my grandson suggest the grandfather to become his slave? I thought I.
In
You
a
raised him
different
well.
time and age, man. You know?
You raise him how you want him to be raised. That's on you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. This,
I
you
raised
raise
him to be a killer.
I'm just maximizing my profits. You know.
You're not,
Oh,
he's not wrong.
I did teach him that.
So, you know, so he's maximizing, even if it means using you as a slave. You know, you're gonna be a slave.
You're gonna be a slave. You won't be paid, and I'm gonna reap the benefits.
This is what you raise, a monster, man.
A
Oh my
monster.
god!
What is
Holy
happening?
shit! Holy shit! I'm flying, man. That was
You
actually
flew.
impressive. I flew into the great beyond. No, seriously, like it knocked me so high, I was just whirling in the sky.
Whoever's near the
Nice.
office, can you go check if there's more orders we can grab?
Noted.
Yes, please.
Why is the freaking?
What do you think? It's fucking AIDS.
It's full of freaking green stuff.
I'm
I'm
flying.
sorry.
You're a gooner.
Oh, oh, how is I'm look?
I got an over.
I'm painting the computer. I want it to look nice.
Painting
Okay.
with a unique.
Whatever, Gooner. This is karma for you.
Oh, man.
Help.
Uh-huh.
Help.
Okay. Why is it a gooner? Since I'm using a spray
Help.
can, how is it a gooner?
Oh, easy. I saw on the sign, I'm gooning.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that's you.
Actually, that's a valid point. Never mind. I take it back. I did write I'm Team Goon on the side of the building a few days ago. So
You're even publicly announcing it. You know.
I said team, so we're all in one group here. There's no
No,
escape route.
no.
Yes, yes,
We're
yeah.
going
Oh,
already
guys,
by
guys. This is the reason why he's in hell.
Oh fuck you!
Going in
He good during office hour.
Oh,
I knew it, dude.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
they-
Actually,
he was-
I cannot take. Astral would be so right there.
See,
He was
karma,
alone in
dude.
the office If the only PC,
God.
and he
Oh.
covered
Oh, the more I
his,
think of it,
Covered
the
in
more Ashton
green
is right.
he covered his screen with green stuff. So you know
Oh my god.
he's hiding the evidence. He's hiding the evidence.
You hear that, Spice?
Oh, that's
Oh my
so
God.
fucked.
And then
How
I freaking touched it. Oh my God.
all of you touched it,
He
yo,
died.
yo.
He died in the PC. He died with the PC
Ew.
too.
You know what?
Oh my god, you
At least Moo
sicko!
died
He-
happy. You know?
He gooned too hard and he
I'm
died in the
happy,
PC.
I swear.
Yeah, you're happy? You sure, dude?
Do I sound happy? I'm in hell.
I wonder why.
You died satisfied. You know.
Oh, hey, so I don't know how to tell you this. What if a
Oh.
monster was nearby us?
I know. Ah, I see it. I see it. I see it.
Oh, Big Astral.
Kid, you should run, kid.
Where's my... Oh...
He died.
No,
Thank
the
you.
ice cream
Oh
truck
my
would have
God,
been my
it's
bike.
death. I'm going to salami.
Oh!
I mean,
Jesus fucking Christ, he almost jumped on me. Oh, ice cream truck behind me. Holy shit.
Wait, is that ice cream truck dangerous?
Yes.
yeah. Only when you get close enough, though.
I'm stuck, guys. I'm stuck.
Hey, Spice. Spice, be careful. Don't go that way, Spice.
I wonder if this is an achievement for being stuck down there so long, you know what I mean?
Hello, Simpy. I hope you're doing fine.
He admitted on stream he was gooning on a job.
No, actually,
Yeah,
given
yeah.
the evidence, I had no right to deny such accusation, but I did not say that I was.
Uh-huh.
I'll clip it. Don't worry.
It says
And
that.
someone else is trying to clip it too, it seems.
The doggy's on me. I want to grab more orders. Kid, watch out.
Yep.
Can you get more orders?
I
The
can't.
dog's out. The dog
I'm in
died.
Ace's POV. He's like swimming.
Gambare.
No. He's just swimming. in the
Gambare.
ocean. I'm in Ace's POV. The brother is swimming in the ocean of hell.
Spice, do your last delivery, then I think we're gonna end it.
No,
Look at this guy. He's just swimming in the ocean of hell right now.
I don't even know where I am. That's the thing.
Dude, it's like the sea of emptiness right here. Oh my god, nihility! This is nihility! He's stuck in nihility, guys!
Oh my God, my mouse is broken.
Spice, I need you to drive here, to the office. Because I'm gonna kite this guy away. Take a right. You take a right. I take a left. Yeah. You go to the office and just end the day. The day is marked by the yellow door.
Yeah, hold E.
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 There.
There you go. Nice.
Loading.
Finish day 10.
Oh my god. We're survivors, guys. Except for the guy who was in hell for too long.
How long's your sentence, man?
I don't know. It's been 2 days.
What did you do, man?
I don't know. I
You
got
said,
stuck
"I
on
don't
the
know."
PC and I died.
He gooed
And-
too hard, that's all.
Well, Spice didn't save me from
What?
gooning too hard.
Okay, I'm gonna offer.
Why
the
am I
match.
obligated to interrupt your
You
sessions?
passed the shop. I asked you to turn on the lights.
Look, I
You
saw you were
left me in
happy.
the dark.
I saw
Yes.
you were happy, so I just passed by.
Spice witnessed him gooning. Are you telling me you witnessed his gooning action?
Yeah, I
Bill,
witnessed a
Oh my
gooning.
Bill
God.
does.
You
I
pervert.
want to get involved.
First you watched my mother, and now you're watching your own grandfather. What the fuck is with you?
I guess I have that. I have that.
Are you still in hell?
I'm still in hell.
Would you
we
mind
stop?
giving me the address? I kind of want to watch.
I don't know if it saves.
Oh my god.
How many days are
does-
there?
Does it even tell you if you get out or not?
Let me try. Okay, he just quit me to lobby.
Oh. Well, I guess we can call it here.
We
Wait.
can call it here.
Oh,
Oh my
all right. Yeah,
God.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down for that. That was painful.
We did like roughly 4 hours of stream, and it's like, you know what, it's fine. I want to chill out for now.
Yeah.
It's
I
fucking
think it's time because
insane.
I'm almost 10 hours in, so it's probably time
Yeah,
for me.
kid needs to sleep as
Wow, 10
well.
hours.
Yeah, good night, kid.
Are you still streaming, Ace, or are you ending?
Yeah, what are you gonna do, dude?
I'm not too sure actually.
So far, the
But-
game that we tried today, the Omen is really good. I can't wait to try that full game release.
Inferno was definitely interesting.
Inferno is an
but-
interesting concept, but
We need
it has
more.
it needs some
needs
stuff.
more. It needs more for sure.
And then dodgy delivery is really fun. I didn't expect to like it, but like it's really stupid. But like it's good. I'm gonna rate
Yeah.
up to Zero because he's playing the.
Oh my god.
He's playing the mount.
The reviews is like 67767.
Oh my
For
god.
what? The mount? The
Dodgy,
dodgy
dodgy.
delivery.
Yeah, 67767.
It's brainless. Oh my god.
I'm gonna rate up Zero.
Brainless. I'm rating the cutest but evilest little VTuber we know.
Is
Ooh.
it
Is it Kid?
Is
Frick
it
you.
Moo? Actually, no, Moo's not cute.
He's not that cute. He's a
Alright,
gooner.
goodbye,
Can't call that cute
everybody.
exactly.
I will see you all on Tuesday.
but I'm adorable. Yuck, I can't believe I just said that.
Oh, he said it. He said it.
He admitted he's adorable. He admitted he's adorable, guys.
He admitted it.
He admitted he's cute.
He said it.
He said it. He said it.
Baby, belly love.
Okay.
Oh, you did it, Danny. Right. I'm gonna read that now. Bye.